world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world. Esports. It's my game. It's my world. It's my community. We believe in unity. It's my game. It's my world.
it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi,
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy. Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco?
Healthy.
Taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco?
Healthy.
Taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Do it! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kok jadi stuck gini sih? Padahal udah mau end loh. Aduh.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Jangan yang aku bekerja. Jangan menyuntik. Kamu mau menyuntik? Saya sih lebih belajar otodidak, nontonin pro player luar, habis itu pelajarin.
Dari 1 sampai 10 ya, seberapa jago kamu main? Tukang apa yang kalau dipanggil tengoknya ke atas?
Tukang somai di bawah.
1. Buah apa yang durhaka? Aku bang.
FF. Pengen keras nih bos.
Itu sih masih pemanasan sih di MPL season yang ke-8. Juga ya.
Siapa sih guys yang pernah gitu ya?
Kita salah satu pro player.
Baik juga, jadi kayak share hal-hal yang positif juga.
Begitulah kayak kita cari poin plus minusnya kita buat final itu.
Knockdown, dia nggak coba dicari lagi. Kali ini masih belum ada ilmu terlebih dahulu, berhasil.
Untung dari tim Ararjo nggak ada third party di sini, nggak ada tim lain yang akan bersih-bersih, mereka ada di sisi lain. Kita main lagi.
Ada banyak banget ya di pertarungan berkualitas dan aksi tim.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi,
selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy. Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Go.
Do it! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kok jadi stuck gini sih? Padahal udah mau end loh. Aduh.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut
All right, all right, all right! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022! Marusaka, are you ready? Right now we are on air stage, and today with me, Gary Eka, we will watch the Mobile Legends between two countries that will compete on the first game for today. But before we start, I would like to give you an information about this event. So the IESF 14 World Esports Championship will be a part of the Indonesia Esports Summit 2022, an annual celebration of the country's esports ecosystem initiated by IESF and PBSI, with the goal to involve all esports stakeholders in Indonesia, including game publishers, game developers, pro teams, athletes, influencers, brands, community, and media in the country. Yep. And here we have more than 600 international athletes, 106 countries, and with more than 596 offline matches. This will be the eSport event with the most nationality compete offline, the largest outdoor esports competition in Southeast Asia, with 4 marvelous thematic stages. Here we have Earth, Air, Ice, and Fire stages. 6 games include CSGO, Dota 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, eFootball 2023, and Tekken 7. And especially for CSGO, there is not only a CSGO male, but also the first CSGO female tournament of the year. Okay, guys, we will call the team that will compete for the first match. So, let's go invite them. For the first team, please welcome Cambodia! And then second one, Namibia! Alright, the both of the teams ready to fight for today's first match, Mobile Legends Bang Bang between Cambodia and Namibia. I will ask one question for each player for today. So, are you ready for today, Boom?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright. How about you, Entropy? Are you ready for today?
We are definitely ready for this.
Alright, Namibia is definitely ready and Cambodia is also ready. Okay, guys, you can shake hand each other. Say hi, thank you, and you can go to your room. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The first match of today, IESF 14 World Esports Championship Mobile Legends Bang Bang between Cambodia versus Namibia. And I will tag to the caster that lead the fight and the match for today. Please welcome Momo-chan and Frederick. Let's go!
Thank you so much, Musgare, for the wonderful introduction here again on the caster desk with Mirko and Momo-chan. Man, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the IESF 14th World Championships 2022 live from Bali, Indonesia. And man, Namibia and Cambodia, both teams participating in the first match, they're ready.
Yeah, finally we already started our first day for today, and I'm so excited to see our first match between these two countries, because if we talk about Cambodia, we have known all of the strategy that they will give to us for today. But for Namibia, what do you think about this country?
Well, you know, personally for me, looking at Namibia's qualification match, again, coming into IESF, they are the underdogs, going up against a very experienced Cambodian team. Again, this was Impunity KH. This is a team that we've seen many times before in MSC 2021 and even in 2022, representing Cambodia. Meanwhile, for Namibia, this is their first international event for this MLBB team. So the question mark is definitely on this team.
Yeah, maybe they have some secret strategy to beat Cambodia. But the thing is, yeah, Namibia is, maybe we never seen them a lot in the MLBB competition, right? This is the first time as well I've seen them. So I would like to see what will they bring to us for our first day.
Absolutely, right? Coming into this with minimal data, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Cambodia, meanwhile, we've seen this Impunity team play so much before, so there's a lot to read about this team. Obviously, OP being the star player of this team in the jungle position this time around. An absolutely phenomenal player who really likes to get the ball rolling from the get-go. And a very aggressive Cambodian team versus a Namibian team that sometimes struggle in that early game.
Yeah, I would like to see how about the draft later and how about the pool hero that they have. Do they have a lot of pool hero? Or maybe they just want to play with their the most comfortable hero for themselves. We don't know because we know that Cambodia, they ever went to the world scene as well, right? For the M series, if I'm not mistaken. So like Mirko said earlier, they have a lot of things that actually can be read by the other opponent here. So it's gonna be maybe their weakness. So it will be, you know, maybe Namibia, they have something else to put it inside the game later.
It's a double-edged sword, right? If you're Namibia right now, because you can just bring out a whole lot of new things into the game. And as we know, currently in the meta, currently in the patch, it's the most creative. It's the most flexible meta we've ever seen in MLBB. We've seen tanks in the jungle. We've seen mages in the jungle, fighters, heroes like Leomord and Martis.
Very flexible right
Very
now,
flexible currently in the MLBB landscape. And you know, while we're talking about that, let's talk a little bit about that crazy meta, because it really does feel like everything can be flexed.
That's true. But before we talk further about it, ISF 14 World Esports Championship is supported by wonderful Indonesia, Kemenpora, NOC, and also Kony. And we also would like to thank to all the sponsor here. We have GHL Group, we have GHL Auto, Nusape, Das, Gudang Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence, Hydro Coco, and also have IndiHome, Telkomsel, HIN, and also we have Episode Hotel, Merusaka Nusa Dua, of course. The hotel is very amazing. Mineski Global, Indonesia Football E-League, ESID, and also Lemon ID.
Well, we can't forget our media partners as well, which cooperated with all of us. Net TV, Trans7, Detik.com, Esports ID. We also have Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih. We also have Bola Score, and last but definitely not least, Kami Bijak. Thank you so much for helping this event. And obviously right now, we're going to get into it.
That's right.
Momo-chan, very, very interesting matchup for both Cambodia and Namibia, because currently it's a best of 3.
Yes, it's a best of 3 series, and they still have a lot of chance. Even one of the country, they will lose the first game, they still have the second game and also the third game. But everyone who lose in the upper bracket, they will go down into the lower bracket.
It is a double elimination format right here that we have adapted in the IESF 2022 World Championships for the MLBB division currently. So again, you know what? Momo-chan, I think it's time for some predictions on the first match. Maybe you can start with Namibia versus Cambodia. Who do you think is going to take it?
I'm not sure. I have to see the first game first from Namibia. Actually, if we talk about Cambodia, I've seen them play before, right? We know their strategy, and maybe some of them, they already practice based on the meta right now, right? Like we talked earlier, it's very flexible currently. So I think I would like to see how I'm a bit curious about Namibia here, because we never seen them before. Maybe they have a lot of like a minor tournament in their country, but not in the World Championship. And it's different because it's totally different, because we will talk about the mental situation, right?
There you go.
If they ever went to the maybe offline event, we must be no doubt with their mentality for Namibia. But if they never went into the offline events like this, so it's gonna be a question thing as well.
Exactly, right? First offline event ever for Team Namibia, and it is an international stage where they are representing not only their team, their country, Namibia, here, the whole nation, the hopes of a nation, onto these 5 members in the MLBB division, and also for Team Cambodia. Again, stakes are high here, but obviously we still have that lower bracket, so it's not game over just yet if you lose in the first few matches here in IESF 2022, because again, double elimination. But we will get into this match. I will personally give you guys a little bit of my prediction. I do think Cambodia will take this again. I feel like that experience that Cambodia has is just going to be very, very key to getting the game.
Yeah, maybe they have a higher percentage to win this match, right? Because we talked about this earlier, Namibia, we really have no idea about this country. But Namibia, like you say, Mirko, it's an underdog team.
They are.
So maybe they have something else to show us for today. But yeah, it depends on the first game. So that's why I say that I would like to see how the first game goes for Namibia. But all the best for Namibia and also Cambodia. But I cannot wait for the draft here. So we talk about the meta, the current meta right now. It's too flexible, you know. It's not only the assassin. It's not only the maybe the mage can be the jungler.
True.
Yeah, the tank also can be the jungler for now.
And what's interesting is every lane, every role can actually carry, right?
Yeah.
But we are going to take a look at a little bit right now. The prize pool for IESF 2022 for MLBB. This is the prize pool, the total prize pool, $100,000 for the first place team. They will be walking home with $50,000. Second place with $30,000, and third place with $20,000.
Of course, everyone wants to take the $50,000.
It's a lot of money, man.
I mean, yeah, you can bet a lot of things with that prize. So yeah, $50,000 for the first for the champions of IESF Bali 2022, and we'd like to see who's gonna be the first champion for our first World Championship.
And honestly, it's just the glory as well. It's the glory, right? Sure, we talk about the prize pool, but getting that title under your belt, it's so important, especially for your country. This isn't just for your organization.
Right.
It's for your country. Bringing home the IESF 14th World Championship title. Man.
Yeah, I think every country will target for the champions title here, but there will be a lot of a lot of journey they have to pass first. Especially this is the first day of IESF. This is gonna be maybe I can say challenging for all of them, because they never seen, like, Cambodia never met Namibia, right? Because it's different country, it's different ping, it's different server as well. They really don't know what will they bring to us for today. About the hero as well, you know, maybe there's some like underrated hero that will be played by Namibia, or maybe Namibia will give some pressure with the almost same draft with the Karmeta.
Again, Cambodia really likes to play in that early game, so I expect them to draft very aggressively.
They really like to play aggressive.
Exactly, right? Snowball heroes come into mind instantly when you think about Cambodia, especially this Cambodian team.
Yeah.
They really like to brawl in the early stages of the game, but guess what? Even if they don't get that ball rolling in the early game, they can always just wait for that late game for their goal lane to carry.
They always have some insurance for the late game here. Like you said earlier, all the lane right now is very, very important. They can be the carry. The first game maybe they will just focus on the mid lane and also the how the jungler can farm really well until he already has the item and can join for the team fight. But for the late game insurance, we know that marksman is very, very important. And when you want to make your marksman maybe farm well, you have to make some rotation. Very, very maybe good in the early. So you can try to stop the opponent's marksman here by just giving a really good rotation here. So I would like to see how Namibia responds to the aggressive play of Cambodia team.
The goal lane is never a 1v1 lane. That's what I've learned from all the time I've been playing in the goal lane, right? It's never 1v1. Every time you try to 1v1, there's going to be 2 other members from the from the opposing team coming at you and ganking you.
Yeah,
Again,
that's right.
so it comes down to the coordination of these teams. It comes down to how they will rotate across the map. And while we're talking about that, you need a level of confidence to actually make those rotations happen in an offline event where you're facing face-to-face against your opponents. And honestly, speaking of mentality and confidence,
Yes.
Namibia
Yeah.
looked very confident in their walk-in.
Yeah, actually, if we talk about the gold lane, right? The first thing for the gold lane is, you really have to think about your position as well, right? The positioning for the gold lane is very, very important. But before we discuss it further, let's take a look for our format tournament for IESF Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
Here it is, the tournament format for ISF Bali 2022 Championships. 4 regional teams, 3 teams from the play-ins, and 1 team from the host country, which is Indonesia. Now, this will all add up to 8 teams who are going to be participating in the main event. Currently, you're watching the main event, the double elimination format that we've gone to. These 8 teams.
Yeah, 8 teams will go to finish their journey here in Bali, and this is the bracket for our playoff, which is we're gonna start for the first match of the day. It's Cambodia and Namibia, but we also have the second match and also the third match for today, which is it's Malaysia and also Vietnam, and Slovenia will meet Argentina. Wow, interesting. And for you guys maybe who are waiting for the Indonesia versus Philippines, it will be on the first match for tomorrow.
Absolutely. Then it'll be followed up by the next 2 matches in the lower brackets, match 5 and match 6. You guys can take a look at the whole bracket right now. It's all gonna go down right now, as you can see.
Yeah.
The first 3 matches, and we will have that grand final. Best of 5, by the way. Every single match here will be a best of 3 except the grand finals, which will be a best of 5, which will take place on the 10th of December.
Yep, 10 December. So they have a lot of time to prepare and also maybe rest. Here, 4 days, I think 7, 8, 9, 3 days. I think it's enough for them to prepare for the grand final, whoever the team will go to the grand final.
There's a lot of time to prepare, right? They've gone so much time as well to practice as a team right before this event starts, before flying over to Bali itself. All the teams have had a lot of preparation. And we will see how that preparation helps them in this event, in this matchup particularly, because again, this is not just, it's just not a normal world championship. It's a world championship where you're not just bringing your organization's name, you're bringing your country's name.
Yeah. They represent their own country, so they want to get their champion title here for the IESF, and I would like to see who will get it, because the strongest team for the 8 teams that we have right now, maybe it's Philippines.
Yeah, based on statistics.
Right? Yeah, based on the statistics, based on the achievement as well, right? We know that how strong is Philippines. And there we go. We would like to see Lutu versus Numero Holic from Namibia.
Here it is, Cambodia versus Namibia right now. As we take a look at it, this is the head-to-head. We are going to take a look at the player head-to-head as well for Opi and Zubskop. 9.7 KDA, 749 GPM, and 5 kills per game for Opi. Meanwhile, for Zubskop, a lower KDA, lower GPM, but higher KPG, which just shows that Zubskop and Namibia, not only can they play towards that later stage, but they are also very solid early on in the game. They can get those kills rolling from the get-go, and they can actually look for the snowball before Cambodia.
Before Cambodia, yes, but OP and Zubskop here. With the OP has a lot of maybe an upper hand data here with the KDA from the GPM, beside the KPG as well, the kill per game. But yeah, Zubskop with the current data that we have here, maybe he still have a chance. Namibia still has a chance to get these matches, so we cannot underestimate them.
No, definitely not.
We should maybe I could say that we have to see what will happen in the first, maybe not just the first match, but the first game first.
It'll definitely set the tone for the rest of the event, right? Based on the picks, the drafts, how they're playing, we will basically see how the meta has shifted here in Bali.
Yeah.
Based on just a few days that the players have been here to practice, to train. The players are ready though, I've gotten information. So we are going to get straight into the draft for game number 1. The first game, the first match of IESF 2022, MLBB. Let's jump straight into it.
Let's go. Wow, these are our players and we are ready for the draft ban and pick for our first game. And Cambodia is going to be the first pick here. So Namibia, they have a chance to secure the first 2 OP hero as a second pick here.
We've seen 2 different approaches from first pick and for second pick.
Yeah,
for blue
right.
side and for red side, right? Blue side here. They can actually just start to narrow down some heroes, but leave a few heroes open. Just those, maybe go for some faint bans, right? Go for some bans towards some of the non-meta heroes so that you leave out some of these crazy heroes that are super prio because you have that first pick. Namibia can basically do the same. Again, if Cambodia wants to let a few heroes open, they're completely fine with that. They have 2 picks to play with, right, in the first phase. So we'll see. Leo Moore going to be banned first by Cambodia. We might see a Martis ban follow that through, or maybe a 1-1 ban from Namibia. As we all know, 1-1 still super prio despite the nerfs, but they will just choose to ban the Fanny.
Okay, it's interesting because they already banned out that this Leo mode. It means that Cambodia really aware with the meta they have right now, and there's no Povius. It means that the gold lane will be maybe more safe without Povius that can chase into the backline of Cambodia team here. But Namibia, they also ban this Fanny, means that Namibia also aware with the meta they have. So they don't want to let Cambodia to get this Fanny, or might be 1-1 as well.
Well, let's see here. 1-1 going to be banned out as expected. You can already see that the Phobius ban from Team Cambodia. It was a setup that 1-1 pick, so Namibia really read it well here with the 1-1 ban. And now we're going to take a look once again at the final bans coming in from Namibia and also from Team Cambodia. Namibia might want to take away the Valentina, a hero
or maybe
that
Martis.
is... Martis, Valentina, 2 heroes come to mind instantly here.
But I think they will try to, try to contest them. Oh, Kaja! We forgot about the Gacha. You know, how strong is Kaja right now? It's very flexible. You can put Kaja in the jungler. You can put the Kaja in the roamer position. He's very strong. He has the damage as well. So there's no Kaja for our first game for today. And Namibia, they are in the choices. They have to choose which one they want to ban. Is it gonna be Valentina or is it gonna be Martis? But there you go, Martis will be the 3rd ban coming from Namibia.
Oh man, Valentina left up for grabs here for Team Cambodia. Again, they're a team that really likes to snowball, but I completely forgot the hero. There's just been released a prio hero, most definitely Joy. That was what the Phobia set up for. Not only did it actually force Namibia to ban out the 1-1, it's actually also just one of the great counters towards this Joy. They can just dash freely. And I can't wait to see the first Joy in competitive play. What do you think right now, Momo-chan? Joy.
Joy is very smart choices coming from Cambodia here, because we know this hero just showed up 2 weeks ago, and it's still very strong because he has the ability to dash very fast. Even though we know he has the rhythm, right? When you try to complete all the rhythm perfectly, you have more damage. So I think it's very interesting because we know how strong Joy is, and also the immune that coming from the ultimate, the electrifying bits. It's very interesting because no one from Namibia can touch Joy if he start to use the ability, the ultimate.
You can already see the confidence as well, though, here. Momo-chan, they're already hovering over Layla. Again, I don't think it's going to be picked up, but it's definitely an interesting pick if they do decide to opt for this. Right here, we might just see the Valentina. Honestly, Namibia has picked up 2 very... What?
Okay,
It's a Layla pick for Team Cambodia.
I'm pretty sure it's comfort pick, though.
I think it's I don't know what it is, right? It might be a comfort pick, but again, I don't think I've ever seen Cambodia
play
Layla.
Layla.
Well, to be fair, I've never seen anyone play Layla in the
Agree with
competitive
you.
stage except for Toda.
Agree with you, and same with you. I never seen Cambodia pick Layla, especially in the World Championship. It's very interesting.
Oh,
It could be a
man.
boomerang though. They can win this with this Layla. They cannot win with this Layla as well. So, well, we will see. And Namibia they already secure Loi and also Akai. It's very interesting. But we got some information
Alright,
that
that
there
makes more
will be
sense.
a rematch. So it makes sense why they picked Layla.
All right, so unfortunately, there was a little bit of a technical issue, I believe.
I was quite surprised.
Exactly. I thought it was an actual pick. I thought it was legit. And then we got confirmation that there was an error in the draft. So back again, we are going to be talking about that. Man, that had me rolling. That had me going for sure. Layla.
I know.
Can you
right? Can you imagine?
imagine if we remake it? After we remake it, they'll still pick
They're still
Layla.
pick
Yeah,
Layla.
if they still pick Layla, then I don't know. Maybe the Vendetta was a mistake.
Maybe the asset as well. We don't know.
No, true.
Yeah, but we will see about the rematch later from the draft between Cambodia and also Namibia. But for the first pick, I think for the first pick, they cannot change it, right? Cambodia picked Joy already, and Namibia they already picked Aloy, and also which is very good. It's very good pick. They're coming from both of the teams. But for the second pick and the third pick, it's quite questionable.
It's very questionable. It's a
very
very questionable
questionable.
pick. We were super surprised. I don't think
Surprised.
I think surprised is an understatement
And
on
actually,
how.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, we were excited to see how they would actually pull this off. Again, Layla in competitive play in an event as big as IESF, representing your country. Definitely don't want to mess up on that Layla. Once you lose in the early stages, you really gotta just bank on that late stage. You gotta wait for those items, and it's not easy to farm on Layla, man. You get ganked and you're done.
I know, right? I mean, she doesn't have any escape capability, you know, and she's very mid to the late game. She really needs items, so I think pick Layla is kind of a little bit risky here.
It's
for
very
Cambodia,
risky.
for
It's
Cambodia,
very
but
risky.
we will see about the rematch later. So hopefully they will pick something else.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Right? I would actually.
But I'm okay. I'm okay
hoping
with
for the Layla because I want to see something different. We spoke about the meta, and hey,
Yeah, I
they're
know.
already showing the meta. I don't know. If, again, it might be a mistake.
It can be everyone.
Could be a
actually.
mistake.
Yeah, it could be a mistake.
We'll
but
definitely
yeah, we will
see. I don't know, man. Because I'm a fan. I'm a fan of that playstyle. I'm a fan of just like picking crazy stuff
Yeah, because
to
you're
throw a
playing
curveball.
your role is gold laner
Yeah.
as well, right?
I personally don't like playing Layla because obviously it's not a fun hero to play in a high rank, high rank queues.
Yeah, I know.
You just get ganked. No escapability.
Maybe it's different because pro player.
Pro
will
players,
play
right?
there,
Maybe they'll
yeah.
have 5 members rotate towards that gold lane to help them out.
That's right. Or maybe they will try to babysit Layla from the first minute here. We don't know. Yeah, but let's see about the rematch for the draft pick between these two teams. I would like to see what will they pick for the gold lane here.
That's the big question currently, right? Because after seeing the Layla, now we want the Layla. Now we actually want to see the Layla. But we'll see. Again, I feel like the meta heroes in that gold lane is definitely more towards... There's another L hero. Hero that starts with the letter L, Leslie. That's super meta currently. So we might actually see that. Maybe he's trying to go for Layla, but he couldn't find it. Or maybe because of a technical issue, he tapped on the Leslie, but Layla came out, right?
Oh, I thought this one is Layla.
Oh, maybe
And
it is,
Leslie,
right?
man.
Wrong gun, wrong gun. Leslie has red hair, not blonde, and the gun is a sniper, not a rifle,
It
right?
depends on the other skin as well.
Yeah, true. Depends on the skin. Hey, but Leslie just got a new skin.
Oh,
right?
yeah, I know.
So, there you go. Leslie is a very meta hero, honestly, if you look at rank. Beatrix, even though has been nerfed, she's been nerfed so many times, she's still quite meta, actually, in the gold lane. What else? There's just so many heroes that you can actually pull off the gold lane
Clint is
currently.
very
Clint,
popular as
Melissa,
well.
still coming out from time to time. Brody becomes
Don't
a very
forget about
good
Beatrix.
hero. Neymar.
Oh yeah,
The new
Bruno,
Neymar skin for
GR.
Bruno.
Yes, and also maybe Beatrix, even though we know that Beatrix popularity is a little bit, not become the priority as for now.
It's definitely fallen.
Yeah, it's a little bit falling here. But Beatrix, yeah, maybe some of the gold laner, they are still prioritize Beatrix here. But I don't know. Leslie is very good choice, but Clint should be maybe become the counter.
I agree.
Because Clint has the early damage here with the recall and also the quick draw. And it can melt it Leslie since the early game.
Yeah, and you can actually stop that first ability, that conceal that Leslie has with Clint, right?
That's right.
Almost every single ability there can cancel that invisibility out. So Clint becomes such a solid answer. Solid range, amazing lane dominance, right? And that's what you currently need if you're up against a Leslie. You need to try to dominate that Leslie and take her down in the early game. Shut her down before she gets those
I know,
items.
right? Keep
Because
snowballing, you know?
when the Leslie gets her items,
I know,
Momo-chan,
right? I think maybe
my
around maybe 12 minutes, 10 minutes going into the mid game here, and we know how hard Leslie to survive by herself in her lane.
you're definitely gonna need some help, right? From a diggy pick, just any roamer needs to just rotate towards that
Trying
gold
to
lane to play with the
babysit her,
Leslie,
yeah.
babysit her from the early game so that she can actually farm up.
Yeah.
Right. Speaking of though, the jungle now,
The jungle.
because the junglers that are prio, the junglers that have been banned, Kaja, Leomord, Martis, those three heroes, what do they all have in common?
Maybe we can play with the assassin if you want, Ling, or maybe Hayabusa still can be a prio, Lancelot if you want to try to try to make your gold balance with the others jungler here. You can try to pick a Lancelot here, but we have a lot of jungler that's very flexible in the jungler position. So I have no doubt for the jungler. You can pick anything. You can pick tank jungler as well. Even I also saw Grok jungler.
Man, I saw Valentina jungler.
That's right.
And there's just going to be so many heroes to choose from. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get straight into the draft. Once again, Cambodia on the blue side, Namibia on the red. Same band. It was the Leomord, Phoveus, and Kaja for Cambodia. And for Team Namibia, they will be banning out the Fanny, the Wanwan, and the Martis.
That's right. We will see what's gonna be the second pick, because actually for the first three ban, it should be the same hero, which is it's Leomord, Phoveus, and also Kaja. And Namibia, they have Fanny, Wanwan, and also Martis. There you go. Kaja is already being banned out, and Namibia they have they can pick the Loi and also Akai, but it changed. So they don't pick that Joy, but Namibia will still stick to the Loi pick here. Oh, it's interesting.
Okay, so I think Joy is still disabled. That's the reason, right? Because it's not going to be picked up by any of these teams. I do feel like that might be the reason as to why they actually remade it. Joy, you can't play it yet.
Maybe they banned Joy because it hasn't been played in the official tournament for maybe the M series, right? So maybe we have to wait for Joy to comes out, but we don't know. We didn't get the information. But for the current match, we have Loi and Akai for Namibia. Clean. Let's see. Clean, who can take the first early game here. For Namibia, I think could be the key for them to, trying to dominate the gold lane here.
Definitely, right? Picking up the Clint up against the Claude, a very good matchup for Namibia's gold laner, especially considering they have such a mobile jungler. This Akai is going to cause a lot of problems, but Cambodia have already responded to it with a very good pick for themselves. This Benedetta has been the response, has been the counter pick towards that Akai, but usually we see this Benedetta in the jungle. Currently, if we take a look at Cambodia, they do have Boom on this Benedetta with the Petrify. Again, they can obviously still swap it. They can still use it as a flex pick going into the second phase. But Namibia, they're already trying to ban out the junglers, the other junglers for Oppi. Ling going to be banned out by Namibia as they have already picked up a jungler for themselves. They're now starting to narrow that down. Cambodia now with the first ban in the second phase. Second ban.
Yeah, it's Sling. Sling has been banned out from Namibia. So maybe we haven't seen real jungler coming from Cambodia here, because their pick is quite flexible. Benedetta could be the jungler, Valentina could be the jungler as well, but Valentina could be the mid lane and even the roamer. Benedetta also can go into the XP lane here. Meanwhile, she also can be the roamer for Cambodia, but obviously Cloud will goes into the gold lane here, and there will be no Matilda for our first game here, and no Hayabusa. Namibia, they are totally respect with the jungler option that Cambodia could pick, so they just ban out these assassins.
Yeah, Mathilda has really been like a key in a lot of these games competitively, right? Because of just how mobile she is, how much lane prio she can give out, just with the wave manipulation, having such good wave clear and so good base stats in the early stage of the game. You don't really need to build that damage to actually deal damage early on. We can already see a heavy emphasis on that roaming position with the Lolita banned out as well, but Namibia is going to try to pick up that Kufra here. A good hero up against both the Benedetta and the Valentina.
Oh, but there's really a fast pick that coming from Cambodia. It's between Atlas and also Angela. If they want to try to babysit all of the lane here, they can try to pick Angela because more shield from Angela, it means more protection for Cambodia. They will have more, more time to just do the team fight here. But Carmilla is gonna be the jungler from Cambodia, so Benedetta will goes into the XP lane here, and the roamer will goes for Angela.
Carmilla in the jungle, something that we have seen many times as well. Not in competitive play just yet though, but in rank. I think if you guys have been playing ranked in the last 2 weeks, you've definitely seen this hero, but man!
Xborg!
The Xborg pick here by Team Namibia. And I do believe it's going to be an XP lane Xborg, a Kai in the jungle here for Team Namibia. So for both of these teams, it's done. It's wrapped up for the drafts for game number 1. We'll see who takes the dub here, but Momo-chan, based on the drafts, who do you think has it?
I really like the combo that coming from Carmilla and also Cloud. Carmilla with the Curse of Blood, and the combo comes from the Blazing Duet from Cloud. It's very, very perfect team fight for Cambodia. Especially they have Angela. So, when Angela used the Poppy Boom.
Yeah.
The Heart Guard, it will be a long, very, very long team fight for Cambodia. And Namibia, they seems they don't have any lock hero except Akai. So if Akai got bursted down by Cambodia, it means it's gonna be a GG team fight for Namibia.
And this Claude is now very important to Cambodia's success,
especially for the gold lane, right?
Exactly.
For the first, maybe for in the first game, in the early game, need some time for Cloud to farm up. But yeah, it's gonna be the rotation coming from Cambodia.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 1, match number 1. Cambodia on the blue side, Namibia on the red. Numeroholic already here, getting invaded by the Angela. T trying to do as much as possible. He might be able to steal it away, but it's still going to be Numeroholic who picks it up. T going to be hit down, forced to back up. Early on, very good plays already by both of the sides.
Okay, we'll see. But now, okay, it's already, there's some aggressive movement coming from Cambodia here, and the first blood goes into the Cambodia side, and I think it's gonna be 2 members down from Namibia here.
It's very too aggressive, honestly, looking at it right now. Team Namibia went for a very good trade early on. They were actually able to dish out quite a bit of damage towards the Cambodian players, but then they overstayed. 2 members ended up dying there in that skirmish. And again, we have to take a look at Boom here, who's on the Benedetta. Valentina as well here for Team Cambodia that can really just snowball early on. Boom clearing out the waves, going to be ganked here by Numeroholic, but has the dashes to get out. The flickers come in, but it's a bit too late. Boom gets out. And now Lutsu is going to be in the midst of it all in a 1v4, still able to sustain so much HP back in. Boom comes in once again, picking up a kill. And it's a 3-0 start for Team Cambodia.
Wow. Okay, did you see how Boom trying to manage the team fight just now? The skirmish between Boom and also everyone coming from Namibia. But look at that. From Kufra, still trying to punish Boom, but we know how hard to catch Benedetta, right? He can still dive out and dive in wherever she wants, and it's not easy for Namibia to catch up these kind of heroes.
And now it becomes a disaster, honestly, for Team Namibia. We mentioned early on that the early game is where you need to be very careful up against Impunity, up against Cambodia here. And you can already see they're utilizing this early game really well. Alpi is actually going to be in the gold lane. Lutsu picking up that purple buff. Numeraholic completely zoned away from his own jungle as Entropy is going to be caught, immobilized down, tied up by T on that Angela. Numeraholic level 3, 2 levels down. 3 levels down. Oh my goodness, it's such a one-sided game so far, 4-0.
For the first maybe 3 minutes, yeah, it's a little bit disaster for Namibia because everything they are, whatever they do actually, it's kind of a little bit got countered by Cambodia here. So they kind of a little bit lost for the first 3 minutes, and every skirmish that Cambodia's open, it just goes to, you know, bad thing for Namibia.
Deja has that heavy spin. Boom again, cutting the waves. Trying to sandwich Entropy and Slasher VT. Deja doing a really good job zoning the other members away for Boom to cut the waves and to just create some more pressure to play around the map with. They might actually be looking for a dive right now. Heavy spin catching 2. Entropy can be pinned down, but look at the damage coming in from the dispersion. Not enough to take him down. Boom still able to get out with the help of the hard guard. And it's once again Cambodia who picks up a free trade. Down below, Subscop on the Clint, solo killed by Opie.
Okay, it's really, it's a bit weird for me because you know how struggle Cloud in the early game, right? But he can solo kill that clean out. So I think it's kind of a little bit a bad situation for Subscope here because he doesn't have any answer how to stop this OP to get the first kill.
Well, now they're only looking to push on even further in the jungle, picking up the purple buff. Numeraholic 4 levels down, won't be able to do anything here in that jungle position. Numeraholic, I don't think he's been able to get anything, any of those. Crazy, look at this, the diversion play up top. It's an amazing ambush by Team Cambodia. 1-0 once again. Boom gonna be able to jump in with the final blow. Entropy gonna be caught with a bouncing ball as well, but will be taken down by Boom. Picking up the mega kill, diving in. They are not giving Namibia any space to play. Under the tier 1, they pick everyone up.
And there's no point kill coming from Namibia. Like I said it earlier, it's just the snowballing for Cambodia. They're really dominating the first game. The first 5 minutes.
Domination might be an understatement here. What Cambodia are doing currently, it's a stomp so far. Namibia need to find some space to actually farm up, and you can see from the replay here, Momo-chan.
Yeah.
This dive, you know you're ahead when you can just pull this off without taking any damage.
I know, right? It's kind of hard actually for Namibia. Like I said it earlier, they only have Clean. But Clean will stay in the lane here, trying to punish OP. But you know, OP has a lot of escape ability here. He has that sprint. He also has the battle mirror image, right, to help him comes out. But look at that Lutu with the curse of blood coming through to punish. Oh, remember in the mid lane and 2-point kill for Cambodia.
Well, it's about to be more here. Entropy gonna be caught. That's going to be a stun coming in as well. Say goodbye to Subscop as he is going to fall under the base turret. Lutu tanking up a storm, but it doesn't matter. They're still able to get out of turret range. And in the mid lane, tier 2 going to be targeted by Team Cambodia, by Opie on the Claude, who has finished his core items on the Claude 6 minutes in the game. It's a 10,000 gold lead in 6 minutes of game time.
And the gold differences is just way too much here. 10k gold differences, and look at that Numero. He's being forced to use that Hurricane Dance to just get out from the Boom site. Okay, and the Blazing Duet comes in. There you go. I mean, it's just too, you know.
Too painful.
Too painful, yeah.
To deal with. Look, if Subscop gets bursted down, you can kind of understand. If Numeraholic gets melted down as a tank by this Claude, by Deja on the Valentina, by anyone on this team, that's a problem. Namibia, 16 kills down, 0 kills on the board. And it just feels like Cambodia are going to try their best to end it quick. 7 minutes in, remember.
Yeah, and they already get 5 turrets in their hands. So look at that, Deja trying to find someone who's hiding inside the bush, but he only find that Numero was hiding there. And look at the item here for the Cloud. he already has the golden staff and also the demon hunter sword. Especially if you compare to Clean, he just finished his endless battle and maybe will go for the blade of despair.
This, look at it, 4,000 gold on the Clint. Only with an endless battle compared to a Claude, who is a late game hero who's already finished the golden staff. Remember, those are the core items for OP right now as they look for a dive once again. Slasher VT coming in for the damage, but will just back off with a flicker. That last insanity not doing anything, clearing out the wave a bit, but it's Team Cambodia who's looking for another siege in the mid lane.
Yeah, I know, and Slasher doesn't want to take a risk, but oh my god, here it comes! The final blow, and also the Blessing Duet combo with the Curse of Blood coming from Luto. It suddenly destroyed 4 members from Namibia.
8 minutes, Momo-chan
Oh
currently.
my god.
Impunity. Team Cambodia gonna look for the end right now as they tank up the mini waves. Last Insanity by Slasher VT, clearing it up, buying a little bit more time for Team Namibia to respawn. Subscop back up, but Team Cambodia just goes for the mid lane base turret, taking 2 base turrets down before the Lord spawns in the Land of Dawn.
And I even think that they don't need that Lord though. With the
Looking at it now, yeah.
with the lane management coming from Cambodia here, they're pretty sure that they are so aware with the minions lane here. So yeah, look at that Boom, always trying to do the split push here, clear the minion as soon as possible, trying to make all the lane works perfectly for Cambodia here. And even they already infighting Namibia jungler.
This is an absolute disaster for Team Namibia right now.
And it's 13k gold lead for Cambodia.
13k gold lead in 9 minutes. And, you know, like you said, maybe they don't need the Lord, but the Lord definitely helps in the end, right? It definitely is going to help them out to end the game as fast as possible. With this Lord taken down and with the wave manipulation that they already have, they can just go straight at it. Lutu can constantly just open up the map without having to care. This is a very tanky Carmilla. This is a Carmilla who is currently, my goodness, 5 levels ahead of the enemy jungler. And now, bottom side, base turret's passive gonna be taken down. Mid lane, the Lord's gonna be marching in. Impunity looking for the end in the 10th minute of the game. Let's see, with a heavy spin popped in, Deja gonna be able to zone the other members away. Entropy gonna be chained, pinned down onto the wall, as that's gonna be Opie targeting the base down to secure game number 1 in a very dominant fashion. An absolute stomp in game 1.
I could say that I can say it's very a domination coming from Cambodia, even 0 kill points for Namibia, and it's totally a disaster. But we still have the second game. It's a best of 3 series, and Namibia, I think they have to, maybe prepare their best strategy for now. They cannot wait for the lower bracket, I think.
Yeah, and honestly, looking at it, right, I think the first thing that they can definitely improve has to be the drafts. The drafts is, again, something that's just very important. From the get-go, I do feel like, again, for Team Cambodia, they just did have they had a solid draft, right? The Valentina first pick that was let go was definitely a huge blow, again, because Valentina dictates the draft. If you already have a Valentina, you don't really need to care about the Akai. You don't really need to care about these big ultimates. And Namibia fell right into that trap, picking up 2 very crucial ultimates. The heavy spin on the Akai and the Luo Yi. Giving the Valentina the opportunity to use diversion while she's already snowballed in the early stage.
They are trying to make, some surprise initiation coming from Namibia, but how Cambodia plays is just way too good. They check every bush, they manage their line here. And let's take a look for the highlight, because our MVP goes into Deja here. Very dominating from Cambodia, and they even didn't give a chance for Namibia. And my question is, how could Clean lose to Cloud in the early game? I mean, okay, if you talk about the basic attack, yes, maybe Cloud still can try to have a 1 versus 1 situation with Clean, but with the ability, with the skills that Clean has, he has more damage rather than Cloud in the early, right? Because Cloud needs some, the first 2 important items, which is his golden staff and also demon hunter sword, and Cloud hasn't got the item in the first 3 minutes, but he already lose in the first 3 minutes, so it's kind of a little bit questionable. But I think yeah, good game for Namibia in the first game. You guys still have a chance in the second game.
Second game, again, something has to change, right? Firstly, the draft. Secondly, they really got to improve that gameplay. Again, 3 lanes, and even the jungle, they all lost, right? Every lane was a winning lane for Cambodia, and that just gave Cambodia so much room to play, so many opportunities to create in that early stage, and it all started where? That invade. Early invade went pretty well for Namibia, actually, because T wasn't really able to do much on that Angela. It wasn't able to steal, wasn't able to dish out enough damage to the Akai. But then Namibia overextended in that river for the Lethal Wanderer, and they ended up getting punished. Why? Because Benedetta was able to roam faster than the X-Borg.
Yeah, it's very hard to catch Benedetta, right? Especially even though you bring Kufra, even though you bring Akai, they can lock with their skill, their ability that they have. Akai with the heavy spin, and also the Tempest, the Kufra, right? We know that how strong Kufra with this item, but I think with the domination and how Cambodia plays since in the early game, I think it's very hard for Namibia to catch up here. Okay, and the Tyrant rates at the Tyrant defense, it just doesn't work for Namibia because every time Kufra jumps in with this only the dominance ice coming from Kufra, it won't make him to stay too long. And because of the burst damage coming from the Cambodia here, Angela just need to tank the turret damage and they just want to finish the objective as soon as possible. And our match MVP goes to Deja from Cambodia for our mid laner here. Like you said, he can copy everyone, right? He can copy the diversion, he can copy the heavy spin. And actually I didn't see much, maybe an initiation coming from Cambodia because Namibia, they are forced themselves to have a skirmish with Cambodia, which is Cambodia is very, very happy with that.
That's how they usually play, right? They really like to go for those early skirmishes, using that to snowball.
Yeah.
And a player spotlight here as well for Boom. If your MVP is Deja, we gotta take a look at Boom because in that XP lane, like I mentioned, on the Benedetta, he was an absolute monster, constantly cutting the waves, getting the pressure, and rotating across the map. He was everywhere.
He was everywhere, yeah.
He's so active as an XP laner. The damage dealt is pretty crazy considering, again, you're usually just cutting waves in that XP lane, buying time and distracting.
Right. And how patient he is, right? When he knows that 4 versus 1 and Boom really needs some help and the rotation coming from Cambodia, he stepped out a little bit. Then after that, after all of the players from Namibia got poked by Angela and also by Lutu, here he goes back in. Boom comes in. And this is what Cambodia needs. Just need to play a little bit with the time here.
He got so many big moments as well.
Yep.
He got a final blow,
petrify
onto 4 people, I believe, in that mid lane. So right now, these are the heroes that might have to be banned out, right?
You can already
we know that the Valentina is a problem for Namibia. It was the main problem. They are MVP for match 1, game number 1. So for Namibia, they might actually want to ban that out here because they might actually swap sides. Again, we don't know if they're going to swap sides. It really depends on them. If they want to stay on that red side to pick up 2 heroes in the first phase, or if they want to just pick that Valentina for themselves or just get that first pick for themselves, because one hero has got to be left open this time around. It's just super risky though up against Cambodia, who have just a better grasp at the meta looking at game 1.
Yeah, because if you try to contest Valentina and also Akai, right? I think I will go still for Valentina because he has the damage from the shard as well.
More
the
flexible.
Arcane shard, more flexible. It can goes to jungler. It can it can goes to jungler. It can goes to roamer as well. And especially he can copy with the IMU, right? The heavy spin or maybe the Tyrant Rage, or even from the Export or even though from Loi here. So I think a lot of things that Valentina can do. If you want try to deny the Valentina pick, I think you have to ban it out or maybe trying to get the first pick here, because I'm pretty sure that Namibia should be the first pick for our second game.
Should be, right? They have the option to take a side, I do believe, here, if they want to go for the blue side or the red side. But it really depends on their strategy, right? If they want to take those 2 heroes, we know that the Akai Luo Yi combo can work. But up against a team like Cambodia, Impunity, that's representing Cambodia, this is a team, again, with so much experience. They know these cheesy drafts won't really work. These cheesy strategies won't really work against this experienced team. So Namibia might have to rethink their strategy coming into game number 2, as we are still waiting on the teams to get ready. The players are already, strategizing.
Yeah, I think
the
they are
break.
trying to discuss what's the best strategy for Namibia. But if you talk about the draft for the game number 1, personally, I didn't like that Aloy pick.
Yeah,
because
for
you
sure.
Still,
I
you
agree.
still have a lot of mid lane that can give maybe an early damage, such as Lilia, right?
That's very sustainable as well.
Yes, because he has the black shoes here, right? But because of Loi, maybe Loi has a little bit damage. But when you face all of the diving heroes such as Benedetta, also Valentina, Loi damage is not gonna be enough.
It's going to be very tough
That's right.
for the Loyi. You saw that the Loyi was just constantly dove on.
Yeah.
We'll see how they draft in game number 2, as we are going to get straight into
Let's
it, ladies
go.
and gentlemen. Right here, the draft, or the players first. We're going to take a look at the player cams before we head on over to the draft that is now begun. Namibia on the blue side, so they have opted to swap their sides. Fanny is still going to be the first bando by Team Namibia.
Okay, and we'll see. We'll see what will happen with the draft ban and pick here. What will Namibia brings to us?
Man. Looking at it again, Cambodia now banning the 1-1. All right, so we are already seeing a change here with the 1-1 ban, with the Fanny ban as well. And now we're going to take a look at the ban coming in from Namibia.
I think Cambodia will try
Leomord?
to...
I think they need to ban Leomord.
I think they have to ban Leomord, especially... Or maybe they can try to contest that Leomord and also Martis, if they want to. Because letting go Kaja, I think it's going to be the bad option for Cambodia.
Oh, but look what they ban. The Valentina, the respect given
Coming
over to
straight,
Deja.
yeah.
Very, very good choice. A wise choice by Team Namibia. But there you go. The Kaja still banned out. Cambodia just really hates Kaja. 2 games in a row with the Kaja ban. And now Team Namibia will go for their final ban, perhaps of the series. Match point, remember. Cambodia can take the game here. Take the match right here. Martis, like you mentioned, going to be banned out, leaving that Leomord open, but also leaving a very interesting hero open. Momo-chan.
Okay. It's gonna be, I think...
Okay, Leomord ban. Never mind.
Funny is has already been banned. Martis as well. Yeah, they banned Povius in the first game. So Namibia, they have a lot of option. Aka is still there if they want to.
Okay, they go for the Ruby first
Ruby
pick, which is a honestly very questionable move, right? Again, Ruby usually is a very situational hero currently in the meta, where if you're up against a lot of melee heroes, it really works out. But now Cambodia has a chance to... They're hovering over to Zask. Last time they hovered over a crazy hero, they ended up picking it.
I think it's just a shadow pick.
I think, right?
Oh, but there you go, Beatrix.
Beatrix? They're not changing. The Zask is still there. I honestly, looking at it, I think they can pull it off, the Zask. Considering that now Namibia have opted to go for Ruby, a hero that needs to be in that melee range.
Or maybe Lilia, like I said earlier.
Oh, they go for
What's
Faramis, another hero that's just still very good despite the nerfs towards the Faramis. We know that the Cult Altar now, the members have to be within that range to actually get the Cult Altar effect, but still,
yeah, it got nerfed
with
before.
Sprint, you can definitely just follow your teammates around. Faramis Beatrix becomes the choice.
The problem is if you have Faramis, means you will have longer team fight or longer skirmish for your team, right? So it's especially Namibia, they only pick Ruby as the initiator and they have Lolita. So this Ruby will go into the EXP lane and the initiation will come from the Numian Blast of Lolita with the Popo Koopa for the gold laner.
I actually like the Lolita pick and the Popol Koopa pick, especially the Lolita pick though, right? As the Lolita right now, the pickup is just really makes sense up against the Beatrix.
Yeah, it makes sense.
You can stop practically everything that comes out of the Beatrix, and also with the Popol and Koopa, you basically pick up a counter in the gold lane against that Beatrix. It's a winning lane, a winning matchup. But Cambodia, they're sticking to what works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. That Carmilla was one of the keys to victory as well for Cambodia. No one was able to melt her down.
Yeah, I would like to see what the combos come from Cambodia here, because in the first game we've seen the combo from the Curse of Blood and also with the Blazing Duet from Cloud, right? But now for the gold laner they only have Patrick, which is, we know there's a lot of nerf and also buff for this hero. Yes, they made some adjustment for Batrix, but the Nibiru's damage is way higher right now.
It's a lot of damage early on as well in the trades. You do quite a lot, but up against a Popol 1v1, Popol should have that advantage early on. But remember, in game 1, Claude versus Clint, we also mentioned that Clint should have gone the dub early on in the laning phase, but wasn't able to get it, right? So now Cambodia with the Loi ban, respecting Namibia in that first game.
Yep.
Namibia still sticking to that lane though. Last time they also banned out the Hayabusa. We might actually see that as well. A hero that we've seen many times from Cambodia. Lilia, the hero that you recommended, Momo-chan, in the before the draft started, has been banned out by Team Cambodia.
Yeah, it's gonna be a disaster for farmers especially, or maybe more dive-in hero from Cambodia later on, so they don't want to take a risk, so they just ban out this Lilia. And Partia, or maybe Eve, it's gonna be the option for Namibia. Or maybe if they want to pick Angela, they can too.
Definitely can pick that Angela. We saw how effective it was in game 1 by Team Cambodia. But the Benedetta will actually be the respected ban coming in for Team Namibia against Cambodia. First pick in the second phase by Team Cambodia currently now. Oh, this is definitely a dive comp. If they actually want to go for the Lapu, they've already hovered over the Lapu. With the Faramis, with the Carmilla, they're looking to just dive into the back line that Namibia is trying to create with the front-to-back composition they kind of already have with the Lolita and the Ruby. And just as expected, it is a front-to-back composition for Team Namibia as they're hovering over the Farsa. Veil is a very interesting option, and I think it's an option that can work here up against the Lapu, the Faramis, just heroes that want to dive in, but the Balman will be locked in by Team Namibia. Very interesting hover, shadow pick on the Vexana.
Ooh.
And it's picked up by Team Namibia.
But Vexana has a lot of, I can say maybe a potential for the team fight here, because he has the ultimate right now. It's totally different than the older one. And Bowman is gonna be the jungler for Namibia, which is it's very actually sustained for Namibia, because they have Lolita, they have Ruby, they have Balmond. If the Balmond goes with the defensive item here, I think it's enough damage from Popol Kupa and also Vexana. It depends on how they set up the team fight here. But Cambodia, they still go for this Angela pick. Interesting.
T on that Angela, an absolutely lethal player in game number 1. We'll see how both teams execute their game plans here. But again, in terms of the draft, I will have to say that personally for me, I like Team Cambodia's draft a bit better. With that Ruby first pick, I do feel like the priority.
You go with the Namibia?
No, I'm going for Cambodia, but because I feel like that Ruby first pick really kind of again, for me personally,
it's too expensive.
It's too expensive to leave out a lot of heroes open. Like again, that Beatrix, that Faramis.
And especially, I know that Cambodia playstyle is just way more, solid if you compare to Namibia. They have a plan. Meanwhile, Namibia, they are kind of a little bit driven away with from Cambodia. So I think I will go for Cambodia for the second game, but we will see how it goes for the game number 2.
Let's dive into the Land of Dawn for game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, match point for Team Cambodia. They can look to end things here. And we'll see already here in the jungle. Lutsu starting on that purple buff. Numero going to be starting on the orange buff. T doing the same thing here. Numeraholic just waiting to use that retribution. And we'll be able to claim it without any problems. Deja has already rotated though. You can already see that pressure. They've actually left that mid lane. Mortic will actually be losing out in the XP department, and Lutsu again early on are already going to be able to take that purple buff, knowing that Numeraholic has used that retribution early on. Numero is already a level down. 1 buff start for Team Namibia.
because they are very confident with the damage that they have in the early, especially with they bring this Faramis and also T. So it will very hard for Namibia if they are trying to force themselves to have skirmish with Cambodia. And now Boom still giving a pressure as well towards Slasher in the bottom lane here. I don't see any problem, and the playstyle coming from Boom, it's just he just need to cut the lane.
Numeraholic is not getting any farm. Lutu cleared out the entire top side, and guess what Boom did with the help of T? They cleared out the entire bottom side.
Yeah.
So Lutu and Boom have completely shut Numeraholic down early on. He's still level 2 as a Bowman, a hero that usually picks up the Demon Slayer emblem, by the way, has now opted to go for the Festival of Blood here. That may be the reason as to why they're not really able to find a lot of these jungle creeps early on.
Yeah.
And you can see instantly Impunity, Team Cambodia going into that turtle side. Boom, stunning Numero down. Lutu picking up that turtle with Retribution. Mortic going to be dove on once again. Deja getting a beautiful Shadow Stampede. It's a double kill for Boom, and they're looking for the triple kill. Entropy under the tier 2 will not be able to escape. That's going to be a 3-man dive with the help of the Cult Altar to survive.
And with the triple kill that Boom has in the early 2 minutes, it's going to make Boom lead more level, lead more items as well. It's going to be the disaster for NC because he only has the level 3. So it's 2 level lead by Boom.
Oh man. And he gets the purple buff again. Lutu is able to get out. Momo-chan.
Oh no. So
it's the same
invasion,
story.
Yeah.
It's deja vu.
The invasion coming from Cambodia is not stopping. They are keep doing the same thing because they know they bring 2 supports here, Angela and also Faramis. So it means the team fight and the skirmish is way longer for Cambodia.
They can do whatever they please actually
yeah, and
right now,
they
Cambodia.
can try to pull everyone with the Ghost Blaster here.
I think the main problem for this Bowman is definitely that the emblem that he's decided to go for, right? He's opted to go for the Festival of Blood up against Carmilla with the Demon Slayer. That's why Lutu is able to just stop him from doing anything in the early stage. They're literally just suffocating Team Namibia as they are going to be able to pick up another kill up top. Team Cambodia already now translating, converting objectives on the board. Boom in the bottom side. It's a 1v4 and Boom is going to be able to win it all. Jumping in with the bravest fighter with the help of the hard guard. Entropy going to be taken down as well. It's a disaster for Team Namibia. A double kill for Boom. 1v4.
Okay, 1v4 situation, and still, as the game seems like the game number 1, Namibia seems seems very lost. They seems very lost because they don't win any skirmish. They don't have any kill points here, and as the replay show, look at that, Boom with the hard guard coming in from T. He can kill everyone in front of him, and even the strongest one such as the roamer. The damage just melt down everywhere.
Oh, well, they're going for a Slasher VT, trying to go for I'm Offended, but will just be gunned down by OP on the Wesker. Entropy with the shield, able to buy a little bit more time, but OP is looking for that double. Picks it up with the gold shield as well. Impunity representing Team Cambodia, and they're doing really well for their country currently.
Yeah, that's right. And now, Namibia, what they should do, because even though they are trying to do the split push thing here, I think it's kind of a little bit dangerous as well because, with the rotation that coming from Cambodia, they can get shut down really easy. Especially they are leading way too much right now. And now look at that, I'm Offended coming from Slazer. But look at the cover that coming from Impunity here. Lutu trying to cover OP, and meanwhile, T will come with a hard guard, so it's not easy to take down all of the members from Cambodia.
Boom just picks up a double kill from out of nowhere, picking up a 100 strike as well. OP now looking for the damage, sieging the turret down with a Bennett's Rage though. That's going to be the kill picked up. A double again for OP. Man, 4-0. It might be a 0-kill game this time. Cambodia dropped the kill in game number 1. They're looking for that tier 2 now in the mid lane. And honestly, Momo-chan, this is another, it's a deja vu from game number 1. And this is a dominant performance by Team Cambodia.
Okay, I'm so confused as well, right, Mirko? Because, like I said it earlier, whatever they do, whatever their strategy they want to bring for the second game, they will get just melted down very easily. Look at that, Numero Homlik in the middle, taking the purple buff. He also got ganking by the four member from Cambodia here.
Bravest Fighter with a flicker comboed in. That's a double kill,
Oh,
looking for the triple kill under the base. Ooh! And it will be able to pick up a third kill, even though they will have to drop one over to Namibia. They're looking for the end in 6 minutes of game time. Here with the mini wave still coming in. They're tanking it up, picking up a kill onto Numero Holic under the base. And for now, Namibia, they're still able to defend.
They are still able to defend because there's no minion that comes in the middle lane. And now, Cambodia, they have to step out a little bit here. They cannot force the team fight inside the base of Namibia, because even though Boom finally got shut down, first point kill for Namibia, but it's just a way to dominating from Cambodia here. So I think Namibia, they have to maybe waiting for a miracle comes to win the team fight or maybe the skin.
Oh, I think a miracle. You put it well. Miracle. That's a miracle, right? It's a miracle if Namibia can actually come back here, because look at the goal deficit.
It's way too much, you know. Almost like 24k?
13k, I think.
14ks?
Yeah, 14k.
I think, yeah, it's just way too dominating, but no members coming in. But look at that, only one member, which is it's gonna be Lutu, but the Call Altar coming from DJ, and DJ will make the team fight more sustained for Cambodia, and the triple kill for OP, and it's totally wiped out.
It's a wipe out for Team Cambodia as they secure the first win in IESF 2022 for the MLBB division. An absolutely dominant game and a dominant series, 2-0.
Wow. Actually, it's hard maybe for Namibia, because it's totally a domination coming from Cambodia here. But good game. Namibia will try to continue their journey in a lower bracket.
Again, you know, a performance that just was unexpected. A very dominant performance. Namibia, even though they were the underdogs, we expected them to pull off some you know, good plays across the map. In the 2 games that we saw so far, it was an absolute stomp. Cambodia just had Namibia's number every step of the way. Yeah. And it's going to be a victory here for Team Cambodia for the first match of MLBB ISF.
The first team who goes into the next stage here. Meanwhile, we will see another match later on, because we still have the second match and also the third match here. But good game for Namibia. Maybe it's gonna be a lesson for you guys. Maybe you can prepare some another best strategy for the lower bracket. But we will go for the highlight of the game number 2. Domination coming from Cambodia here with their good draft, I could say. They still goes for the 2 support here, which is Angela and also Farmis. I don't know why. If we talk about the support meta, it's remind me of, you know, Philippine, right? Blacklist International.
Stick together,
and the aggressive play as well, the cover, the follow-up, it works perfectly for Cambodia here. With the 2 support, it means with the Cold Altar and also the Hard Gut, it will make the team fight way much longer for Cambodia. And it's not easy if Namibia, they don't have many items in their pockets.
You could see just the way.
The slow evac, right?
Yeah, Cambodia, the way they're able to convert on these objectives after the kills, no response from the side of Namibia. They can't. They're way too behind because of that early skirmish. And again, Popo and Koopa versus Beatrix. Beatrix was able to win in that matchup. And with Popo falls behind early on up against the Beatrix, you know he's not going to have a good time in the mid stages.
Yeah.
In the later stages especially, but if we're just stopping in the mid stage, 7 minutes of game time.
Yeah. in the first 7 minutes, you already lose your, the best star in the middle. So it means it's very, very dominating. It's so snowballing for Cambodia, and especially after they wipe out all of the member from Namibia, and it's totally dominating. Look at that, Namibia. They just cannot do anything.
Unfortunately, they're gonna have to eat 5 chocolates today. Team
Yes,
Namibia, you can already see
unlucky.
though. It's unfortunate for Team Namibia again. Maybe something.
This is maybe what we talked before, right?
Mhm.
Earlier, Eric, because about the pool hero here.
Mm.
It show that with the mid lane
experience.
from Namibia, they only, more TZ just play Loi and also Vexana for our first match for today. It means that he doesn't have a lot of a pool hero for the mid lane here, and I could see that maybe he needs to trying to expand
Agreed.
his pool hero, so maybe he could play way more comfort for the matches. And the MVP match
2
goes
games.
to Deja for 2 games. The mid laner is very, very strong. The first game he plays Valentina. The second game he played Fermis, which is it's very, very it's very comfort and comfort Cambodia, because every team fight that goes on for Cambodia, they always win it. So I think Deja with the all hero that he picks, the Valentina or maybe more heroes for the next day, I think it could be a disaster for the team that meet Cambodia here. And Spotlight again, boom.
Boom.
The gold laner here
On the Lapu.
on the Lapu, sorry, because
Dove into the base.
I know.
That's how he died. That one death,
One dead because
he dove into the base
he dove
to
into
look
the
for a
base.
triple.
I know, because even though with the hard guard, the best
No, you can't.
damage, you just cannot take it. But
Oh man.
Boom still become our first the spotlight for our second game, and really good game from Cambodia, really dominating.
Very dominant.
And I would like to see what will be maybe the strategy coming from Namibia in the lower bracket, because it's their last chance, right?
Yeah, it is their last chance. They are now going to be put into that lower bracket. And honestly, looking at it, right, for Team Namibia, I do feel like that's the focus currently for us, right? What do they have to improve on? Personally, we've already mentioned the drafts. That means hero pool. They need to be able to improve and to deepen their hero pool in the next few days to come before their next match. And secondly, I do believe the emblem. They need to be able to learn that right now, because in a tournament as big as this, with competitors from the Southeast Asian region, Cambodia, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Philippines, all being so well experienced in competitive MLBB, small mistakes like that, like bringing the Festival of Blood, or choices like that, might actually impact how that jungle is played. And we saw exactly that in game number 2. Festival of Blood, Balman up against a Demon Slayer, Carmilla, and he was not able to farm anything in that jungle.
Yeah, I agree with that, because they dive in and they try to invade it, all the jungler, all the source for Namibia to farm up, but they didn't give a chance at all since the early game, in the first 1 minute here. And we already got the first blood very, very fast, right?
Very early.
Very early, and also with the triple kill for Boom, it's just totally insane.
1v4, triple kill.
Situation only
Technically
with
2v4 because of hard guard.
Yep.
Technically.
Technically. This is why make the support meta is very, very strong right now, because you never expected that suddenly the hard guard comes, right?
From out of nowhere.
Who will expected that this Angela already got the level 4? It means that he farmed very, very well, and he farmed very free, so it can help the team fight for Cambodia.
Perfect KDA for almost everyone. Deja in the first game was actually taken down. The second game it was Boom. So there are 2 deaths in total for Cambodia in 2 games for their first match here in IESF 2022. But obviously we'll see Cambodia again with their drafts, with the way they play the game. I do feel like they found a good mix, honestly, of that, again, early game style, but with that late game insurance. So Cambodia will definitely be a team to watch as they progress further in this tournament. But again, ladies and gentlemen, we still have a few matches for you guys. 2 more matches.
It's interesting because I would like to see Torak.
Oh!
Torak from Malaysia!
They were able to qualify by beating Myanmar. Team Myanmar that beat Team Philippines. So definitely a lot of pressure on Team Malaysia right now as they are coming into this tournament as one of the favorites as well with Team Philippines. We'll see if they keep that same form that they had up against Myanmar in the qualifiers.
I would like to see because Todak is very strong as well.
Very
and Myanmar,
strong, man.
I could say Myanmar is one of the underdog team as well in the World Championship. So yeah, I'm very, very curious about how the draft pick later on. Maybe it's gonna be a totally different from our first match. I think it will be more, I could say maybe more, like
competitive?
pressure. Competitive as well, pressure as well coming from both of the teams because they don't want to go to the lower bracket. No one wants to go to the lower bracket, so they will secure another upper bracket match here, or maybe we'll meet Cambodia as well.
Definitely. We'll see, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, once again, IESF, the 14th IESF World Championships is supported by wonderful Indonesia, Kemenpora. We also have NOC and KONI.
Yeah.
We also have our special thanks to all of our sponsors, JHL Group, JHL Auto, Nusapay, DAS. We also have Gudang Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence, Hydro Coco, IndiHome, Telkomsel, HIN, Episode Hotel, Merusaka Nusa Dua, which we're having this event in, this wonderful resort, with also Mineski Global and Indonesia Football E-League with ESID and Lemon ID.
Yeah, I agree with that. And especially we also have our media partners that always try to support us. We have a lot here. But I think we will take some short break before we start our second match for today. So guys, please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned because we will be back for the IESF 14th World Esports Championship Bali 2022. See you guys soon.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Iklan Popmi, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Popmi, Ransel, Popmi.
Biar seru nggak terputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy. Iklan Popmi, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Popmi, Ransel, Popmi.
Biar seru nggak terputus, Popmi dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat Popmi. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan sebagai komitmen kami memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Go.
Do it! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kok jadi stuck gini sih? Padahal udah mau end loh. Aduh.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
pro player luar, habis itu belajarin.
Dari 1 sampai 10 ya, seberapa jago kamu main? Tukang apa yang kalau dipanggil tengoknya ke atas?
Langsung main di bawah.
Satu, buah apa yang durhaka? Aku, Bang.
FF. Kayak keras nih, Bos.
Itu sih masih pemanasan sih di MPL season yang ke-8. Juga ya.
Siapa sih guys yang pernah gitu ya?
Salah satu pro player.
Baik juga, jadi kayak share hal-hal yang positif juga.
Disitulah kayak kita cari poin plus minusnya kita buat final itu.
Knockdown, dia nggak coba dicari lagi. Kali ini masih belum ada ilmu terlebih dahulu, berhasil.
Untung dari tim Ararjo nggak ada third party di sini, nggak ada tim lain yang akan bersih-bersih mereka ada di sisi lain. Kita main lagi.
Ada banyak banget ya di pertarungan berkualitas dan aksi tim.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu.
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak keputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy. Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak keputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco?
Healthy,
Taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco?
healthy,
Taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan sebagai komitmen kami memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Go.
Do it! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kok jadi stuck gini sih? Padahal udah mau end loh. Aduh.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, Mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
belajar otodidak, nontonin pro player luar, habis itu pelajarin.
Dari 1 sampai 10 ya, seberapa jago kamu main? Tukang apa yang kalau dipanggil tengoknya ke atas?
Langsung main di bawah.
1. Buah apa yang durhaka? Aku, Bang.
FF. Kalian keras nih, Bos.
Itu sih masih pemanasan sih di MPL season yang ke-8. Juga ya.
Siapa sih guys yang lemah gitu ya?
Kita salah satu pro player.
Baik juga, jadi kayak share hal-hal yang positif juga. Begitulah kayak kita cari poin plus minusnya kita buat final itu.
Knockdown, dia nggak coba dicari lagi. Kali ini masih belum ada ilmu terlebih dahulu, berhasil.
Untung dari tim Ararkio nggak ada third party di sini, nggak ada tim lain yang akan ngebersih-bersihin mereka dari sisi lain. Kita main lagi.
Ada banyak banget ya di pertarungan berkualitas dan aksi tim.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu.
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak keputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy. Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak keputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Go.
Do it. Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Kok jadi stuck gini sih? Padahal udah mau end loh. Aduh.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, Mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa kerambahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Jangan yang aku bekerja.
pro player luar, habis itu pelajarin.
Dari 1 sampai 10 ya, seberapa jago kamu main? Tukang apa yang kalau dipanggil tengoknya ke atas?
Langsung main di bawah.
Satu, buah apa yang durhaka? Aku bang.
FF. Kalian keras nih bos.
Itu sih masih pemanasan sih di MPL season yang ke-8. Juga ya.
Siapa sih guys yang pernah gitu ya?
Salah satu pro player.
Baik juga jadi kayak share hal-hal yang positif juga. Begitulah kayak kita cari poin plus minusnya kita buat final itu.
Dia nggak coba dicari lagi. Kali ini masih belum ada ilmu terlebih dahulu, berhasil.
Untung dari tim Ararjo nggak ada third party di sini, nggak ada tim lain yang akan bersih-bersihin mereka dari sisi lain. Kita main lagi.
Ada banyak banget ya di pertarungan berkualitas dan aksi tim.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia, sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy. Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh, yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Go.
Do it! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kok jadi stuck gini sih? Padahal udah mau end loh. Aduh.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Dari 1 sampai 10 ya, seberapa jago kamu main? Tukang apa yang kalau dipanggil tengoknya ke atas?
Langsung main di bawah.
1. Buah apa yang durhaka? Aku, Mbak.
FF. Kalian keras nih, Bos.
Itu sih masih pemanasan sih di MPL season yang ke-8. Juga ya.
Berapa sih guys yang pernah gitu ya?
Salah satu pro player.
Baik juga, jadi kayak share hal-hal yang positif juga. Begitulah kayak kita cari poin plus minusnya kita buat final itu.
Knockdown, dia nggak coba dicari lagi. Kali ini masih belum ada ilmu terlebih dahulu, berhasil.
Untung dari tim Aragio nggak ada third party di sini, nggak ada tim lain yang akan bersih-bersih mereka ada di sisi lain. Kita main lagi.
Ada banyak banget ya di pertarungan berkualitas dan aksi tim.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia, sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy. Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan sebagai komitmen kami memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Go.
Do it! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kok jadi stuck gini sih? Padahal udah mau end loh. Aduh.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa kerambahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini, mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
pro player luar, habis itu pelajarin.
Dari 1 sampai 10 ya, seberapa jago kamu main? Tukang apa yang kalau dipanggil tengoknya ke atas?
Tukang somai di bawah.
1. Buah apa yang durhaka? Aku, Bang.
FF. Kalian keras nih, Bos.
Itu sih masih pemanasan sih di MPL season yang ke-8. Juga ya.
Siapa sih guys yang pernah gitu ya?
Kita salah satu pro player.
Baik juga jadi kayak share hal-hal yang positif juga. Disitulah kayak kita cari poin plus minusnya kita buat final itu.
Knockdown, dia nggak coba dicari lagi. Kali ini masih belum ada ilmu terlebih dahulu, berhasil.
Untung dari tim Ararki nggak ada third party di sini, nggak ada tim lain yang akan bersih-bersih mereka ada di sisi lain. Kita main lagi.
Ada banyak banget ya di pertarungan berkualitas dan aksi tim.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Manapun lintasan masa membawa hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy. Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy, taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Go.
Do it! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kok jadi stuck gini sih? Padahal udah mau end loh. Aduh.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Dari 1 sampai 10 ya, seberapa jago kamu main? Tukang apa yang kalau dipanggil tengoknya ke atas?
Tukang somai di bawah.
Satu, buah apa yang durhaka? Aku, Mbak.
FF. Kalian keras nih, Bos.
Itu sih masih pemanasan sih di MPL season yang ke-8. Juga ya.
Siapa sih guys yang pernah gitu ya?
Salah satu pro player.
Baik juga, jadi kayak share hal-hal yang positif juga. Disitulah kayak kita cari poin plus minusnya kita buat final itu.
Knockdown, dia nggak coba dicari lagi. Kali ini masih belum ada ilmu terlebih dahulu, berhasil.
Untung dari tim Ararjo nggak ada third party di sini, nggak ada tim lain yang akan ngebersih-bersihin mereka dari sisi lain. Kita main lagi.
Ada banyak banget ya di pertarungan berkualitas dan aksi tim.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu.
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
Karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu,
dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy. Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy. Taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy. Taste good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Go.
Do it! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kok jadi stuck gini sih? Padahal udah mau end loh. Aduh.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa keramahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Asia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini. Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Jangan yang aku bekerja.
Jangan menyuntik. Kamu mau menyuntik?
Saya sih lebih belajar otodidak, nontonin pro player luar.
Welcome back on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. Still with me, Mas Ger, and we have now the second match of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So after Cambodia advanced to the next round after beating Namibia straight set 2-0, and after this we will see the big match of the day. So as I mentioned before, we have 4 marvelous stages on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. We have Fire Stage, we have Ice Stage, and then Earth Stage, and now we are on Air Stage. And now it's time to invite 2 teams that will fight on the second match of MLBB on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. So guys, please welcome the first team, Malaysia! All right. Malaysia is in the house right now. Okay. And the second one, please welcome Vietnam! Okay, we have Vietnam right now on my left side. Two teams will be compete for one position in the next round. I will ask a little bit to both of them. So are you ready for today?
I'm sorry.
You're so ready? All right. What about you? Are you ready for today? Okay, so both of team, please shake hands. And then you can go to your room on the air stage. Indonesia, Bali. So, who's gonna be the winner? Is it Malaysia or Vietnam? All right. So, I will give to the caster that will lead the match for today, Momo-chan and Arashi. Let's take it out.
Caster speaking. Welcome back to the desk. This is IESF World Esports Championship Bali 2022. And man, oh man, Momo-chan,
hi.
You're back with me, Arashi, and this is Momo-chan. What is going on here?
We started already? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm inside the game,
What are
you know.
Hang on, what is that? Is that what I think it is?
What? Mobile Legend? Yes, of course.
No, is that the Samsung Galaxy A53 5G?
How did you know, Arashi?
One look is all it takes, man.
Wow.
This phone is just next level. I'm glad you're using it. 8 gigabytes of RAM, 256 storage space, and not to mention 120 refresh rate. All right, so everything is smooth as heck, and it's 5G ready. It's 5G right now, actually.
See how smooth.
That is
Look
insane.
at that. Ooh, I can play with Link.
Unfortunately,
My tempers of plate.
Momo-chan, we're about to start the
sorry.
broadcast, so we
Yes.
should wrap this
I
up.
got my victory, Arashi.
There we go.
Woo!
Just like that.
Yes.
How's the
my
win
God.
rates,
This is
Momo-chan?
amazing. I think I have like 1,000 win rate already.
1,000?
100% win rate here with my Link. Amazing. But you guys need to check out the specification, of course, because it has an awesome performance, like RC said. So you guys need to check their website if you want to, if you are interested, because Samsung Galaxy A53 5G is awesome for everyone.
For everyone. That's the important part, man.
That's true.
Momo-chan,
Yes.
she's very good at the game. Don't get me wrong. But with this phone, it's a completely different player.
Ooh, I'm totally look like a Momo from Todak.
Momo actually on the stage as well.
That's
And
right.
speaking of Momo, we have a Southeast Asian showdown on our hands, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right.
Malaysia against Vietnam.
Wow.
Both regions have their own notoriety, but we have to see who comes out on top.
Yep, that's right. And back to the Samsung. Don't forget to check the website as well, because awesome performance made for you, made for me, made for Arashi, made for, awesome generation Galaxy A series 5G. Awesome is
for
everyone. Okay, let's talk about Todak and maybe we should say it's Malaysia because they represent their country, right? Malaysia versus Vietnam. I think Malaysia, we know this team, Todak, right? They are very, very strong. And obviously Vietnam, like we knew, maybe you also knew that this team already have been played in M3 series.
That's the interesting part right here,
Yeah.
because for Malaysia, their team right now, their roster, they have a lot of experience together. They have a lot of experience and skill and
Yes.
practice time, and we already know it's a signature aggressive style. And against a team like this, you have to adjust so specifically, because otherwise they just completely take momentum away from you, and before you know it, you lost.
Yeah, I agree with that, and especially with the same as the first match just now. If you watch it from
Of course.
Cambodia and also Namibia, it's very, very different play style coming from both of the teams. Cambodia, they really like to play how to invade the jungle and how to play aggressively, try to counter the Namibia player from the early game. It makes the actually Cambodia, they were snowballing very, very fast. since the early game, right?
Absolutely.
So I would like to see, will Malaysia also bring the same playstyle as Cambodia or maybe Vietnam?
Maybe.
They will be more aggressive.
All these regions are in Southeast Asia, and we know that that is how they roll, right? They want to try and snowball, literally. And if Cambodia has so much success, you can imagine that. I think Malaysia, they're famous for the Langar playstyle, right? That is something that the community over there also very much enjoys. So right now, Vietnam, can they match the kind of aggression? Because we saw Namibia, they try and go for a very aggressive composition, but yet in the early game, somehow, some way, we saw that Cambodia were able to turn the tides on them. So maybe Vietnam can attempt to do the exact same thing.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play aggressive in the early, it's very, very a nice strategy. But you have to bring your best draft as well, right? You need a hero that can give you an early damage, such as maybe Lilia or maybe Ling with the purple buff here, right? If you want to bring this game into the mid to the late game, we know that we have to make sure our gold lane or maybe our marksman can carry the game.
Right, the late game is so important.
That's
but
right.
right now, some teams are so aggressive. It seems like they don't even care about that late game. They want to take the game, just grab it by the neck and just end it before 10 minutes.
Oh yes, that's right. This is what maybe Cambodia showed to us this morning, right? With the 2-0, very, very dominant playstyle coming from Cambodia. Almost, they finished the first best turret in the middle in the 7 minutes.
That is crazy.
Interesting to see. But I would like to know how will the draft be for Malaysia and also Vietnam, because for the bracket itself, we know that Cambodia already moved into the next upper bracket match. Meanwhile, Namibia, they have to play again later in the lower bracket match.
In the lower bracket, and here we have Malaysia against Vietnam, and later on we have Slovenia up against Argentina. So very intense matches going on. Don't miss it, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned with IESF Bali 2022.
Yeah, that's right. Because we have a lot of, exciting matches here. But we know Momo from Malaysia. He's one of my favorite player from Malaysia as well. Besides Formace, because I really like how Formace play. But Momo is one of my favorite as well. So I will cheer for them as obviously. But Vietnam with hey. Interesting. And who doesn't know Chiku, guys, right?
Chiku, guys, the man himself. Essentially all roles. You say he's a gold lane, but sometimes he just shows up all over the map in a different role completely.
Agree with that. This is what makes Malaysia look very strong, because they are quite flexible from the role itself, right? Chiku can move from gold lane to the mid lane, maybe as a jungler as well. So Chiku, guys, is very, very strong.
He's very strong, and the flexibility might be a big problem here.
Agree.
Joga is going to try his best to try and match the kind of flexibility, but in this meta that's so fast and where adaptation is just so important,
that's right.
I think Malaysia has a bit of an edge, and Vietnam, they have to try and maybe even force Malaysia into something more regular. Otherwise, they're going to be completely confused on what to do.
You agree with that? If they don't have maybe better strategy to beat or maybe to counter Malaysia a strategy, I think it's kind of a little bit hard for Vietnam, but we will see, because we don't know. Maybe Vietnam is the black card for this tournament.
They are a dark horse indeed, and if you love an underdog story, Vietnam right here are the ones in that spot. And as we always say it in Mobile Legends, it's never over till it's over. So don't count Vietnam out just yet, because they definitely are here to stay. They definitely have done their homework, because as we mentioned, there is no lack of notoriety from the Malaysian roster right now.
Yep, agree with that. But we would like to see the draft, ban, and pick from both of the teams, because we already, let's jump into it, Arashi.
Here we go. Banning phase began with the Martis from the side of Vietnam. So already trying to curb that early game aggression, that crazy playstyle from Malaysia. And now we'll have to see, what will Malaysia do? Will they try and ban out the priority heroes? Or maybe they're going to try and ban out potential solutions, potential counters that Vietnam can use against them instead.
Yeah, because Joy cannot be played for this tournament. I think, we have to left Joy out from the ban and pick here.
Unfortunately.
But we will see Martis is not going to be played with Kaja.
Kaja.
Kaja, interesting because Kaja is very, very strong, you know. Its potential to just turn back the table here with the Divine Judgment, with the all maybe setup that coming from the teams. I think it's a good decision from Malaysia to just ban out this Kaja. And no Valentina, no copy, no copycat, I could say.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Not for now. So for Vietnam, they banned out two very aggressive heroes, both purple. And for Malaysia, banning out the Kaja, removing some crowd control, some wave clear as well. It is a pick that can be used to shut down the very aggressive heroes that Malaysia actually really enjoys playing. Along with that, the Phobias as well.
Yes.
They are a team that likes to make use of their mobility. They like dashing in and out. So that Phobias is definitely going to be an issue, and they do not want to deal with that.
It's very interesting because of the Povius ban here. It's very unique, I could say, because we rarely seen that Povius is the prior to be banned, right?
Right.
In Indonesia, maybe we rarely see that. So from the first match, actually, Cambodia also did the same thing. They banned Leomord, they banned Povius, they banned Kaja. Maybe Malaysia, they also can ban Leomord for this third ban here. But meanwhile, we're still waiting for Vietnam. What are you guys want to ban? It's gonna be Benedetta.
Benedetta.
So 1-1 could be the first option for Vietnam.
If they let go of 1-1, that's a bit difficult. I mean, Malaysia likes going very aggressively, and against a hero that can kite back so efficiently like the 1-1, that might be something that they don't want to deal with unless they have a very specific plan. They have banned out the Phobius, which is, in a way, in the early game, a bit of a counter to that 1-1. But I don't know. We have to see if Malaysia are willing to let Vietnam have that pick in favor of something better, perhaps. And Fanny will be the option that Malaysia bans away.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be funny. So there will be a contest between Leomord and also, I can say 1-1 here.
Right.
Yeah.
Logically speaking, I think Malaysia would very much prefer to have that Leomord. It's tanky, it's dangerous, and it can do so many things at the same time. And as we mentioned, that flexibility is very usable in the hands of a team like Malaysia's right now. So for Vietnam, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. Will they pick that 1-1?
They have to think carefully because Malaysia will take the two OP hero here. So 1-1 is gonna be the prio pick for Vietnam. Meanwhile, Malaysia, they can just take Leomord or maybe another mid lane or first, I don't know, maybe some the jungler here. If they want to use the Leomord in the EXP lane, I think it's quite flex as well.
In the EXP lane, that's definitely a possibility. And for Malaysia, as we mentioned, if they want to be aggressive, if they want to use fast rotations, that mid lane is very important.
Agree.
Whoever's in the mid lane and the roamer, if they cannot match the wave clear potential, it might be very difficult for them to be as active as they want to be on the map. So now with that Yves being hovered on, maybe Malaysia is going for a more calculated approach, but look at that.
They don't pick. I thought that I think.
Wow, curveball.
Yes. I almost, got choked by Malaysia here. But yeah, Leomord and also Eve. Nice pick from Malaysia because, yes, of course, they need the high ground defensive here. If, sometimes if we use Eve, even though we know Eve already got nerfed because the ultimate is already smaller right now. It's rather than before. I think if it's still good option because he has the ultimates cannot be cancelled really easily right now, right? You have a suppress ability to cancel the Eve ultimate, the remote manipulation, and Digi for Malaysia.
Digi from Malaysia, and this is very interesting. Malaysia now has a lot of crowd control. They have an abundance of it, and they have already picked away the main counter to crowd control. Digi with the time journey. So now for Vietnam, with the Carmilla, with the Fredrin, they're going to be stuck getting poked around because they do not have a lot of range to work with right now. They have the 1-1, that is the longest range they have in their arsenal, and against a Yves and a Digi, they're going to have to struggle to survive against the poke before even engaging in a fight, and if they overstay, having that real world manipulation as well as Leomord, right? Just jumping in with his horse. That's going to be very difficult, but now we're straight into the second banning phase, Claude as well as Farsa.
Okay, Parsia, I really like it because Malaysia doesn't want to get disturbed by maybe the feather aspect, right? But the problem is Vietnam, they need someone that can jump into the backline and catch this Eve. If not, it's gonna be maybe a disaster. Especially you don't have the suppress ability to cancel the reroll manipulation. So you need to find someone who can jump into the backline with the high damage and can shut down if really fast. That's the thing. But there's no bad trick as well for Malaysia, because Vietnam already secured their 1-1, so the gold lane is already there. But Lapu Lapu is gonna be the shadow pick for Malaysia. No Veramis means there's no long team fight here.
Exactly. No security, no safety
Yep.
for the members of Vietnam. And Vietnam themselves seem to be opting to respect Chiku on the other team.
Yep.
2 gold lane bans to ensure that Chiku will have some issues. But of course, this is Chiku we're talking about.
Yeah,
He
can
might just
play
come
anything.
up with something completely unexpected.
Especially we know that Chiku's favorite hero is Cloud, right? I still remember his Cloud is very, very amazing. So
Yeah.
it's gonna be a respect when coming from Vietnam. And Sicilian is gonna be the high ground defensive coming from Vietnam here. But you have to take a note, Sicilian needs the item
Exactly.
into the mid and the late game composition.
That is the question. Can Vietnam survive the assault, the aggression long enough to actually get into the late game? Now for Malaysia, they're also hovering over a very solid late game source of damage. Either Leslie or the Irithel can both be used to maximum effect here. It's gonna be the Irithel. A lot of ways for them to dodge away from the pickoff potential of the Amon on the side of Vietnam. And on the other hand, Vietnam don't have a lot of answers to the potential for Malaysia to just completely take over the game.
Agree with that. Actually, if you take a look from the draft from both of the teams, Vietnam look very strong because they have the composition in the early game. They have Amon here with the endless shot as well. Especially if you already get the stock, the damage from Amon is gonna be so painful. You have the late game insurance, which is Cecilion, but they have to bring it into the mid until the super duper late game, right, to get the stock, more damage for Sicilian. One man, of course, need to be in the good positioning here, so he won't get caught really easily by the member of Malaysia here. Meanwhile, Caramel and also Fredrin is gonna be the one who stay in the front, who's gonna be the tanker in the front for Vietnam.
Right, Fredrin will definitely be one of the main weapons that Vietnam will use to try and crowd control the members from the side of Malaysia to try and stave off their aggression.
Yep.
And as you mentioned, Momo-chan, in that late game, that Leslie can just one-shot at 1-1. And now here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 between Malaysia and Vietnam. Let's take it away. Chiku guys already in the jungle. Hang on.
Yes, like we discussed about this earlier, right? This guy can be everywhere, Arashi. And it's gonna be Momo who play in the gold lane. Interesting to know. And Yam is gonna be the one who babysit Momo here. Meanwhile, Janard and also it's too long, you know.
It's a lot of hairs for sure. And you can see already the aggression coming in from the Malaysian side. They're trying to use that early clear, and we can see maybe at level 3 or at level 4, they're going to try and make some very aggressive invades because they do have the tools available to orchestrate such an aggressive play. And already, Vietnam just hovering around, trying to make sure that Yoga in the jungle does not get shut down.
Yep, agree with that. So especially, it's very, very important. We know how strong marksman into the mid and late game, right?
Ooh, here we go though. That's a stun onto Chico, guys, but he claps back, and there we go. That is the Malaysians pushing away Vietnam, and Nart is forced to retreat as far as possible in this early game. It's going to be very difficult for him to match that burst potential. And as we already predicted, there's a lot of skirmishes breaking around in the map right now.
Yeah, I really like when it comes to the team fight, when it comes to the skirmish, it's very, very, it's very, very chaos from both of the teams. But I really like how the positioning from Gnard here. He doesn't want to take a risk. He just pull away a little bit once he know that the barbell from Chico guys was cut.
That is what he needs to do right now. And with the turtle spawning, I think Malaysia has a chance to force Vietnam into an exchange, unless Vietnam wants to go for a bit of a trade right here already. Both teams trying to contest the control, the bushes around the turtle pit, and this is going to be very important to decide who actually gets an advantage.
Yep, and Formace now already leading to the objective, but look at that, the barbell is coming from Chico guys, and the Sicilian is gonna be the first victim for Malaysia.
That's a first blood for Chiku, guys, and just like that, Malaysia has pushed Vietnam away, and it seems like Vietnam wants to go for more. The turtle has been secured by Chiku, guys, and the rude manipulation has been used. Amon is able to secure a kill onto the Digi, but look at that. Unfortunately, that will be one more casualty as the King will get taken out by Malaysia.
The King has fallen, and look at that. Used the flicker trying to punish one member from Malaysia, but he failed it instead because he doesn't have enough damage here. Especially he brought the, the tank emblem here for the King, right? So
exactly,
not enough damage, and there's still like 3 member. There were still like 3 member in the river just now.
That was very unfortunate for the side of Vietnam because they already lost 1 member and they still went for it despite the fact that we have already mentioned the early game favors Malaysia, but here we go. Vietnam trying to find a bit more of an advantage, trying to trade back a bit of the gold swing, but they won't be able to find it because Malaysia strikes back in the mid side. That will be Need My Help taken out. He definitely needs help from his team right now.
Actually, yeah, he needs help. He needs the rotation coming from Vietnam here. And Todak, they are very, very smart, I could say. I mean, Malaysia is very, very smart because they know that the Sicilian could be a disaster for them going into the mid until the late game. So they don't want to give a lot of space for Need My Help. They just straight away punish him in the middle lane.
Formace and Chiku going aggressive on the King. He will be forced to retreat. That is Malaysia just pressuring away, getting the farm advantage. If you look at the gold right now, it's almost 2k for Masada Malaysia, and Joga is not getting any breaks at all right here. But the King goes for the 2-man taunt as Joga tries to follow up. He has the Genius one, so a lot of damage is available, but no, that will be enough. Actually, Chiku, guys, gets taken out, and this is Vietnam striking back, and Formace might actually still be in the sights of the Vietnamese players. He is 1v3 under turret. He goes in aggressively. He gets taunted, but this is a 1v3 situation. He is going to get that outplay. Formace right now still in it to win it, possibly getting one more. There we go, double kill for Formace, and he is finally shut down by Yoga.
Oh my god, it's a lot of time has been bought by Formace in the bottom lane. He got 2. Wow, 2 kills for Formace, and you see how confident he is, right, just now?
That Lapu Lapu.
With the braver fighter, he goes in, and after that he punished the King, and he still won more. Look at the replay just now. I thought that he wants to go back after Chiku guys down, right? But I said, no, I still have the braver fighter and I will go for it.
That is aggression coming in from Formace, and he did all that without the Bloodlust Axe. So now, with that build up for him, he will be able to sustain even more, and Vietnam have a problem on their hands as the siege from the Malaysians is just so difficult to deal with because of that poke damage.
Agree with that. Formace with the Bloodlust Axe and also the Festival of Blood emblem here, the spell here. I think the emblem is make Formace really sustain for the team fight. 1 versus 2, or maybe 1 versus 3 in the early. Maybe it's not that, it's not that solid for Formace, but at least he can get and finish the low member.
Exactly. Securing those kills will be very important, but now, look at Vietnam. Actually split apart, but they are trying to get an advantage. That is the shards coming in, but it won't be enough. Formace with the shutdown right here, and Malaysia is not done yet. 1 more for Formace. Now with the whip manipulation, it's triple kill, and finally Chico gets taken out in return. But he is the only casualty. That is a wipe out for 1 for the side of the Malaysians, and this is objective gameplay from them right now.
Oh, wow, suddenly all of the members from Vietnam got wiped out by Malaysia just because, no one can take down Formace in the front as the frontliner for Malaysia. And Chico, guys, even though he got a lot of damage that coming from Joga here with the Endless Shard, but the problem is Formace is very tanky.
Exactly,
So he held a lot of damage coming from another member from Vietnam. Meanwhile, Chiku can just go out with the barbell.
And this is what is so difficult for Vietnam right now. They don't have a lot of ways to stop the aggression. The Sanguine Claws maybe from Need My Help, but that is the only source of crowd control, and maybe the taunt from the King. It is not nearly enough to stop Formace, Moon, Chiku. So many threats just diving in towards your members, and if you get careless, that is where Yums will pull you back. That's where Momo soon will be able to burst you down with that late game true damage that the Leslie provides. So now with the turtle, Malaysia will look to go for yet another aggressive play.
Yeah, with the 5k gold lead by Malaysia, I think it's quite hard for Vietnam for now. So they really need to be careful with the initiation that coming from Malaysia. Meanwhile, you will see that Formay will a little bit busy trying to giving some vision, giving some information for Malaysia here, and he knows that there are like 4 members in the jungle, so they don't want to take a risk. Maybe they are waiting for Formays to be ready in the team fight.
Exactly, he is that strong right now. He can walk into the jungle, and look at that, Nart will be the target, and Chico will not be able to secure that kill. Finally, he will actually. Whoa, Yoga gets taken out of nowhere. That is Formays yet again, making the plays happen across the map. What is going on? Vietnam has no answer to the tempo, the pace that Malaysia is setting for them right now.
And even though Hehe, she doesn't have a chance, you know, to trying to break the weakness point here, get the crossbow of Sang, because he already got the cherry down very fast by Malaysia team.
It's just really difficult because at any point, if you miss position, the root manipulation can be used to engage. You can see Formays just going in with the bravest fighter. And right now, with Formays being so difficult to deal with, they might require all 5 members, and there's no way that they can deal with his mobility and catch him.
Yeah, now you know the reason why I really like Formays playstyle, right? He's very, very confident.
Whoa.
He knows what to do. And look at that, the bravest fighter already pops in, and the crossbow of Tang goes into the Formay, but Formays still able to survive, Archie.
And there is a lot of ultimates being used by Vietnam. Malaysia will try and capitalize, but on the top side, the objective gameplay is still being used. As Need My Help will get taken out. Chiku still on the horse, horsing around, trying to make sure that he gets more from the situation, but Vietnam is forced to adjust, move to the top side, but there, Momo will be able to pick up a kill, a double kill even. Vietnam, what is going on? They have no control whatsoever in this game.
Oh my god, I think they already confused what they have to do, because every lane is being controlled by Malaysia. Very, very nice, I can say line management. Yes, coming from Malaysia here. They don't care about the team fight between Chiku guys and also Formays in the bottom lane. Momo just focus on the objective turrets they have to get.
The objective gameplay for sure is very good from Malaysia, pressuring every single lane. And when you have a member as strong as Formays, you can just pull so many people and exert so much pressure. He does get shut down by the King though, so now maybe Vietnam will be able to find something else, a different pickoff, as they are scaling quite a bit into the late game. This is still somewhere in the mid game. 10 minutes and 30 seconds definitely isn't that far off. So I think they have to stall much longer for the 1-1 and the Sicilian to get back online.
Okay, but the ultimate snipe was already Mius trying to poke damage, trying to giving a poke damage towards King here, but Hehe needs to go back a little bit here because he's getting poked as well, with the damage coming from Moon and also from Yams with the alarm bomb.
Alarm bombs, Moon with the poke damage, and Momo as well. So now they go with the Lord in Tao. Root manipulation picks one up, mega kill for Moon, and now they go for more. The King gets taken out. No more frontline for the side of Vietnam. That will be the Carmela getting taken out as well, and they might just go for the end after that 1-1 gets taken out, and that is a dominant performance from Malaysia, as expected from essentially the Todak roster.
Agree with that. This is what makes Todak looking very strong, because this roster, they have been together maybe for, I don't know, maybe 4 years, 3 years, I don't know. We know this name like Chiku, Moon, Yams, Formays, and also Momo. They never replace any one of them, right? So the chemistry is there for Malaysia, and they know what they have to do. They also know about the meta here, but unfortunately, Vietnam, they came with a good drop, I could say. They have this Ammon for the early game, Sicilian for the insurance into the mid and the late game, but I think the execution is just not there for Vietnam.
I think so. In the early game, Malaysia is just a bit too quick, and Vietnam, they try and get some setups for the A1 in the early game, but honestly, without any good crowd control and against a Diggy to boot, right? there's such limited options for Vietnam to try and get advantage. And of course, that whole sequence of events in the bot side where 4Maze just goes out of control.
Yeah.
I think that was just so difficult for Vietnam to try and recover from because of their composition. They need to play slow. And now we take a look at some of the highlights, Momo-chan.
Yes, this is the highlight when maybe if in the first 2 minutes, we saw that Vietnam, they already lose their 2 members in the first time, right? In the first place. Then after that, after they secure the first turtle, Malaysia, they are very, very confident, especially after 4Maze got the 2 kills in the bottom lane. Even though they lose Chiku, but the thing is, it's 2 for 1. So it's an advantage for Malaysia. They have a lot of, they got more things rather than lose Chiku, right? They have, they shut down Gnard. They shut down the king as well. So I think it's enough for Malaysia to keep snowballing into the last minute of the game, which is it's maybe around 10 minutes.
It's about 10 minutes,
It's
11
about
minutes.
10 minutes, 11 minutes. And they even, the line management is very, very good for Malaysia. We didn't see Momo maybe join the team fight as much as we want. But the thing is, he just cared about the objective turret. Look at that. 3 members in the bottom lane. So Momo and also Yams, they are just focused to shut down. Even Hehe got punished in the top lane. Look at that. And even double kill. This one is easy kill for Momo, right?
2k true damage right there.
I know, right?
Momo.
And unfortunately, it's very, very hard for Vietnam because they cannot shut down Momo. Momo already get the item here. And Yams with the time journey, what makes all the CC, the crowd control that coming from Vietnam is useless. It's very, very useless.
At the end of the day, only the king can be the main front line, and there's just so much burst. You can see it again and again. There hasn't been a single fight where the king is able to actually stay in the front and absorb a lot of damage. And in huge contrast, you can see 4Maze just take damage, absorbing it from multiple members, burning multiple ultimates from Vietnam. And wow.
This is my idol.
Your idol.
My idol from Malaysia is 4Maze, of course, to be the MVP for our first game with a good, very, very good KDA. Even though we know that there's some role changes that coming from Malaysia here, but they are seems very, very comfortable with what they are do right now, right? 4Maze with the Lapu-Lapu, we know with the 3 versus 1 in the bottom lane, and he still got to with that low HP. Very, very nice, but the player spotlight for this game is Yums. Of course, the babysitter coming from DG, right?
Yep.
This is what Leslie need, or maybe not only Leslie, but all the gold lane needs someone to babysit them so they can farm really free.
And you have to remember that with the potential for Diggy to just pull someone back, that is what set up a lot of the main kills
the
for the
reverse
side
time
of Malaysia. The reverse time is just very difficult to deal with. And look at that, it's honestly quite one-sided. A lot of 0 deaths on the side of Malaysia.
There's no wonder why actually Malaysia, Vietnam, they cannot do much here. The Vietnam cannot do much because they don't have the dominance eyes. They only have from Gnard, but Gnard need to be there.
Exactly.
To just, hold up the lifesteal that coming from 4Maze here with the Festival of Blood and also the Bloodlust Eggs. Once Gnard down, it's gonna be a free lifesteal coming from 4Maze.
Not to mention, Nard wasn't exactly tanky either. You can see that in 1 or 2 seconds, he gets absolutely taken out. So Vietnam, if they want to go for that late game, they need to be a lot more calculated. Yes, they can go for plays in the early game, but giving up 2 kills to 4Maze like that is not the way to go, man. Malaysia will not let that slide. They will absolutely punish that kind of mistake.
Yeah.
And it's back to the drawing board for Vietnam.
Yeah, I agree with that. Malaysia, they got snowballing very, very fast.
Very fast.
Since I think in the first 3 minutes, I think after the first turtle, right? But yeah, it is what it is. The first game has already been passed, but we are going to move to the game number 2 because it's a best of 3 series. But we would like to say thank you especially for our sponsors and our media partner because IESF 14 World Esports Championship is supported by Wonderful Indonesia, Kemenpora, NOC, and also Koni. And we have a lot of sponsor, Arashi. Thank you for GHL Group, GHL Auto, Nusapay, DAS, Gudang Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence, Hydro Coco, IndiHome, Telkomsel, HIN, Episode Hotel, Merisaka, Nusa Dua.
Of course.
Where where we are here right now. It's very, very amazing. Mineski Global Indonesia Football E-League, ESID, and also Lemon ID.
And as the media partners which cooperated with Net for this event, there's Net TV, Trans7, Detik.com, Esports ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and Kami Bijak. So
Wow.
thanks a lot for helping out this event. We couldn't have done it without you.
Yes.
So
Amazing.
just like that, Momo-chan.
Yeah.
Game number 1.
Day number 1, maybe it's because, you know, first day always like that. Sometimes we see the team who play really, really dominant, right? But after day number 1, in the day number 2, we will see maybe some of the, you know, some of the a little bit tight score later for the game
Closer
for the day
matches.
number. Close match maybe between all of the upper bracket match, and
Oh.
especially because we have the lower bracket, so there's still a chance for all the team who lose in the day number 1.
Exactly. Lower bracket is still a possibility, and some teams, maybe their whole plan is to go into that lower bracket and, you know, try and go for against different teams.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see. There's still game number 2 right here for Malaysia against Vietnam, and Vietnam definitely has a lot of adjustments in the book ready to be set out in the Land of Dawn. So for Malaysia, will they go for the same playstyle? Will they go even in the same roles? Because Malaysia is crazy, man. There's no other way of putting it.
They're just too flexible, I could say.
Way too flexible.
Chiku, sometimes he can be the gold laner, sometimes he can be the jungler,
mid
sometimes
lane.
he can the mid lane. Yeah, it's just too flexible from Malaysia, and this is what makes Malaysia looking very, very strong, because sometimes we cannot predict what will they play and what role will they use in the game.
And maybe that's why when Vietnam was banning a lot of gold laners to try and target Chiku,
Yeah.
just like that, just switch it up, you know?
But it's not, you know, it's if we talk about Malaysia, it's not, or especially if we talk about Todak, it's not about Chico himself.
It's about everyone else.
Yeah, it's about everyone actually. You know, you look how so strong. Formace 1 versus 3, you still got 2 with the low HP, and also Chiku going back into the jungler. So it's okay if you ban out my marksman, all of my marksmen, especially Cloud, which is Chiku's favorite hero.
Signature hero.
He will just go to the jungler because he doesn't have a lot of maybe option for the marksman.
Exactly. I think how they want to play this will be very interesting, because for Vietnam, they have now seen what Malaysia can do, right?
Okay.
Because they try to fight fire with fire, and Malaysia shows that, you know, in their own game, in that Langar playstyle, there's no way you can even try and match Malaysia. So will Vietnam double down and go for something similar, or will they change things completely? Because for Malaysia, now they are the ones banning out that Diggy.
Yes, interesting. I was hoping, actually, I'm hoping that Malaysia, Todak, they can just take that Atlas, because, you know, when you ban this Digi, it means that you want to use that an initiation hero such as Atlas or maybe Kufra or someone else that maybe can give you the crowd control here without any disturbance that coming from Digi.
Speaking of the crowd control, though, Kaja will be banned out, and this time it's from Vietnam, so a bit of a switch up, but they will not let that 1-1 go.
Yes.
It's a bit too dangerous in
It's
the
a bit
hands
too dangerous.
of Malaysia. But that Fanny is also one of the heroes that Malaysia will try and deny. Maybe this time they will play for that gold lane instead. It will all depend on how Vietnam bans out and drafts out the first phase.
Yeah, let's see. It's gonna be funny. It's gonna be 1-1. There's still like Martis and also Leo Mort, especially maybe Valentina, but there's no Povius. Oh my god, a lot of OP hero.
Oh, as you mentioned it though, Momo-chan, Phobius makes an appearance.
Yeah, that's right.
Honestly, I think the way Malaysia is banning is just very interesting, because it seems like everything serves a certain purpose, whereas for Vietnam, right now as well, it seems to be a bit of a flip, actually.
It's a bit of, yeah.
Just a bit. Not exactly completely, but...
Yep. But I think Leo Mort could be the first pick for Malaysia. Or maybe it's gonna be Valentina.
Valentina is still open, and Vietnam was forced to pick between Martis or the Leomord. We have seen Malaysia just wreak havoc on that Leomord pick. But now, as you mentioned, Momo-chan, maybe Valentina is a more solid, more flexible option that Malaysia will try and explore. But no, they like that Yves a lot. I think recently there was a bit of a an adjustment as well.
Uh-huh.
The damage, I guess, is still the same. The range also, but the crowd control, I think, was increased. It's a slower for Yves.
Yeah, especially they have the immobilize, right?
And now
Status from the real manipulation. And Valentina, I think if you compare Valentina and also Yves, both of them are very, very good. But Valentina, we know that she has the real world manipulation that can stop the movement they coming from the opponents, right? Meanwhile, Valentina,
she can also have
because she can copy this Yves, right?
Yep.
A really good pick they coming from from Vietnam. I really like this Valentina pick, but Benedetta for the backline pressure coming from Vietnam with the actual final blow. So we will see. We will see who will get caught by Benedetta here.
It's definitely a lot more of an aggressive pick. We saw Fredrin earlier, and now it's a Benedetta. Maybe it can still be flexed out depending on what Vietnam is trying to do. But honestly, if they're going to go for that backline with that Petrify, it is something that the King can attempt to do. For Malaysia, though, instantly picking up something to deter that dive coming in from both the Benedetta as well as the Valentina. Ruby has been picked up, and they will opt to use that Beatrix here. That flexibility we talked about for the side of Malaysia is amplified with that hero, with the different selections of weapons you have in your arsenal.
Okay, let's see. It's gonna be Beatrix and also Cloud for the gold lane from both of the teams here, Arashi. It's interesting because we know that Chico is very, very popular with his Cloud, but currently Chico is going to play as a jungler. So it's
Are
okay.
you sure though?
Maybe, might
Exactly.
be. Might be. There's some, role changes as well coming from Malaysia. We don't know.
We don't know.
It depends on the coach, right? It depends on the player itself. But going into the second banning phase right now, Vietnam, they ban this Fredrin. And interesting, they can ban out that Atlas as well if they want to. But we know that this Ruby can goes into the EXP lane, right? So it's still quite flexible for Malaysia. But 100% if will goes into the hand of maybe Yums or maybe Moon. I think it's gonna be Moon,
Maybe. Right now for Vietnam, they banned out that Fredrin as well, not wanting to deal with that hero on that Benedetta. It's a bit of a difficult matchup. Of course, crowd control counters these mobility heroes. And from Malaysia, they've banned out that Phoveus as well. So in a way, they countered themselves. But if they really want to go for this Ruby, which seems to be the case, then banning out that Phoveus is absolutely important. So now with one more slot left, it does seem like Vietnam are going for a lot more aggression. And Malaysia, they have solutions here. They have slows, they have poke damage, and they also have options for the close range crowd control, the close range burst damage coming in from the heroes thus far. Final ban from both these teams, it will be the Ling from Vietnam.
Okay, let's see. It's gonna be a Leomord ban from Malaysia. Vietnam, they already banned out this Fredrin and also Ling. So there's no aggressive assassin coming from Malaysia, but they still have Lancelot, they still have Hayabusa if they want to, or maybe if they want to play the Amon from the first game.
Showing
Malaysia
Vietnam how it's done?
Oh wow, maybe.
Maybe.
Like, hey, yo, this is how you play Amon.
Exactly, this is how you get it done. So for Malaysia, it's crazy that with 3 picks on the board, you're still kept guessing what's going to happen. It's not just the heroes, it's also the players. And that double layer of uncertainty is definitely weighing down on the minds of the Vietnamese players. The Grok will be the final ban from Malaysia, so maybe they want to go for a bit more crowd control and get that pick off going. They have slows, they have the Donald Wolf King as well as the Am Offended. They can go for catches, but Vietnam counters with saves. Matilda, with the Guiding Wind, will be available to rescue any poor member caught by Malaysia.
I really like the draft coming from Vietnam, but is it gonna be the Franco for maybe Yums?
Maybe. It's still maybe at this point.
And it's still Lapu-Lapu for Formis. Okay, they have enough CC?
Oh, they have a lot
They
of
have a
crowd
lot of
control.
CC actually. They have a lot of crowd control here. They have the I'm Offended coming from Ruby, and also Donald Wolf King that can hold up the movement coming from Vietnam here. And if they take this Franco, it's gonna be a nightmare for Vietnam, especially just Matilda, even though he has the guiding wind, he wants to
Ooh.
try to run. I think still can be connected with the Iron Hood coming from Yams.
Right, but now instead of going for the Lapu Lapu, it's gonna be a Paquito.
It's more.
I don't know how I feel.
It's
like
more scare. It's scarier though.
it's scarier because
scarier.
for Vietnam, okay, he won't be going in. He won't be having those crazy big engages, that kind of mobility. But in the lane though, the King is gonna be on his toes here. There's a lot of burst potential in that EXP lane Paquito. If it does go there, right there, we have seen both these teams round out their drafts. And my God, it seems like Malaysia, the name of their game seems to be crowd control. They ban or pick the Digi, and they take everything possible. They can just slow, they can stun, they can root or hook the members of Vietnam.
Okay, and the Valentina, I would like to see who will she copy later on, because she has a lot of options. She can copy the Eve, she can copy the Ruby, she can copy the Franco as well.
Bit of a silver lining for the side of Vietnam.
But the thing is, I just think that maybe Malaysia, they took a lot of CC here, just because they want to force this Valentina to use the IMMU.
Ooh,
right?
Interesting theory, Momo-chan. That is definitely possible.
Because
if you can force your enemies to
to use the ability.
Exactly, if you can force them to play a certain way, that is definitely an advantage in your hands.
Agree with that, because the scary thing coming from Valentina is the ultimate. So we will see the game number 2, Archie.
Game number 2 between Malaysia and Vietnam. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, and we can see, hang on, Chico on the Ruby in the jungle.
Oh, so it's gonna be a Ruby jungler, and the XP will of course formate with the Paquito.
Yikes. This is a very unusual circumstance, but we have seen Malaysia make it work, and you can see in the early game that poke damage and that wave clear is still going to be very much heavily in favor of Malaysia. After that though, we'll see if the aggressive picks, the Valentina, the Benedetta from the side of Vietnam can actually get the value plays in the early game as Momo actually gets pressured away.
Yeah, and I think Need My Help, he doesn't want to play,
Oh!
going into the late game composition, but suddenly the first blood, it goes into the hand of Malaysia with the nice Iron Hook coming from Yams.
Hey, ain't laughing now. That was an Iron Hook that just spelled his doom, and just like that, early on, just level 2, Malaysia has an advantage. They're getting a bit of gold from the tower plating, as on the other side of the map, you already see Yoga and Formies just duking it out, but both will be backing away as soon, yet again, once the turtles start spawning, we'll see both teams actually pressure each other to try and get a bit of an advantage.
Yep, agree with that. And it's a bad thing for Vietnam because they lose this Cloud, which is really needs an item, right?
Oh, as we say, needing item though, the King actually gets a pick onto Formace, but now you can see Chiku trying and get a trade back as Moon tries to help him out. Chiku will be able to do a lot of damage. The King will get taken down. And Malaysia, they have traded 1-for-1, but they want to go for some more. But that is the power of that Valentina on Need My Help. He comes in, and just like that, Malaysia is forced to back away.
Okay, and interesting because we know how strong Benedetta as well, right? In the early games, he can make some outplay stuff here with the Benedetta. But if he already got ganking by 3 members or 2 members, I think it's very hard for the King, especially if he doesn't have enough ability to run out.
Both teams going for the turtle right now, but the crowd control advantage, as we mentioned, World of Relations being used by both these teams. And look at that Moon taking a lot of damage as the King dives in the back line, and just like that, Vietnam will be able to secure the turtle and push Malaysia back.
And
Vietnam.
What makes Vietnam looking very strong because they have this Matilda, right? With the Circling Eagle, with the Guiding Wind as well, Jennard, he can take out of the member who will maybe looking very low HP with the Guiding Wind. So escape is there for Vietnam. But the thing is, when it comes to the team fight, Momo needs to be the insurance for Malaysia because only he has the damage enough for Malaysia.
In the late game, they're going to be forced to pick between Moon and Momo to
right.
ensure that we'll have to see who actually is the one that is being targeted by Vietnam, because both of them can do an insane amount of damage in the late game. And look at Chiku's emblem though. Just noticed.
Yeah, It's
So the bounty hunter.
yeah, because he wants to get more, money, more item quite fast. But Yams with the flicker and also the bloody Hanarashi.
Oh, but the blazing duet being used to counter that play, and now Malaysia is on the back foot as Vietnam looks for more. It's not over yet though, and now it does say that Momo is the one with a double kill, and they will go for Yoga as well. Real world manipulation doing a lot of damage, and the immobilize will ensure that Momo gets a triple kill, and they will come out on top.
Yes, Vietnam maybe got 2 members from Malaysia, but the thing is, it's gonna be a it's triple kill for Momo, which is we know that gold lane is gonna be the the insurance for the mid into the late game, right? And Momo already got the triple kill here just now. As we take a look to the replay, Momo is just so free. Even the blazing duet gave a lot of poke damage just now, but the thing is the backup coming from Moon is very fast as well.
It's very fortunate that Momo was not caught in that blazing duet, so he was relatively healthy. And now Yums is looking for a play. The hook does not land though, and now Vietnam has a bit of control at the turtle pit. Will Malaysia try and contest? They do not have the element of surprise. The King already pressuring Malaysia away. Like the final blaze being used, Moon is forced to back away. Turtle being secured by Vietnam, and Malaysia is forced to concede. But look at that. Formace actually goes in. He will get taken, not out. He escapes with a sliver HP. And Yums will be able to stop the rest of Vietnam. They get the turtle, and they won't be able to secure the kill onto Formace. What was that? How was that possible?
Look at the outplay coming from Formace with the juke. They're coming from this Mosquito. No one can cut him from Vietnam. How is that possible, Archie?
He was so low. I don't. Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's like maybe a pixel HP just now. But look at the bloody hand again and again, Archie.
With the blazing duet, though, that is a counterplay attempted by the side of Vietnam, but it won't be enough. Although the shutdown has actually got picked up by the Cloud, but on the other side of the map, you can see that Vietnam, they are a lot more proactive here. You make a play on one side of the map, we will take advantage in the other. Right here, you can see, destroyed right there. And in the turret though, they won't be able to actually defend. Malaysia goes for picks onto Need My Help, but he is a bit too far alone. You can see that the guiding wind is attempted, but there we go. He actually succeeds in saving his teammate's life. What a play from Nart.
What is this game, Arishi? It's like 1 HP pixel coming from the King. And, sorry, I mean from Need My Help. And Need My Help still able to survive. Wow. And it's unfortunately maybe because Malaysia, they cannot punish him in the bottom lane just now, because again and again, Matilda with the guiding wind saves everyone's out.
The guiding wind is definitely a big nuisance to a team that wants to get as many pickoffs as Malaysia. And if you look at the gold advantage, it's actually quite even, although you can see that when it comes to objectives, Malaysia has a bit of an edge, and now they have more vision to play around with. And maybe, with their abundance of crowd control, they're going to try and attempt pickoffs in the jungle of Vietnam.
Okay, and now the turtle is already being poked by Vietnam and Malaysia. It seems like they want to try to clear the lane as soon as possible and let the Vietnam takes the turtle objective here. Because they don't want to take a risk. If they have a big team fight with 5 versus 5 team fight here, I think Vietnam still have a chance to win the team fight. Because they only have Franco. This is why they have to look out for the potential to just pick off one by one.
Circling Eagle by Nart, though, starts to fight, but here Blazing Duet is being used as well, and pure chaos erupts between both these teams as Momo gets a kill, but will it be enough? Both teams still having advantage here as Momo is forced to exit from the fight as Nart is backing up. Need my help. He is full HP. With the stolen, I'm offended. He will try and make a play for Chiku. Chiku, though, strikes back, tries to make plays happen as Momo secures that final kill. Circling Eagle is being used yet again, but not be able to secure that kill. Double kill from Momo as Malaysia once again comes out on top.
Oh my god! What a holy war in the bottom lane just now. I thought the Chico will die, you know.
He was very, very low, but here the King goes in with like the final blow. Formace will try and punish him for it. He is still on the hunt, but Yoga will be able to push him away. Both these teams very, very aggressive as the King will be pushed back finally.
Oh
wow.
I'm so speechless, Arashi.
I'm offended being used right here with that ultimate mega kill for Momo. And look at that. The Blazing Duet actually does so much damage to the 3 people, but Malaysia are able to survive. The double kill for Momo yet again. That's a 3-for-1 for Vietnam. They are making a lot of crazy aggressive plays, and I'm not sure if that's the way to go.
Wow. Oh my god. Now Malaysia, they are trying to find something else here. They cannot do, like I said it earlier, they cannot do a huge team fight 5 versus 5. But they have to do the pick-off strategy here with the Iron Hood coming from Yams. And even with Chiku, with the I'm offended. But trying to catch the king is kind of a little bit maybe hard. But Lord now is already being poked by Vietnam. Meanwhile, Malaysia knows it and they won't try to contest it.
Right, so far it seems that Vietnam has an advantage when it comes to the neutral objectives. Performance tries to make a play happen, but here comes Malaysia. I'm offended to Nart. He will be bursted down, but the Blazing Duet is stopped by the Bloody Hunt. He will actually get taken out. That's Momo just going out of control. 3 members down for the members of Vietnam. With only 2, Malaysia sees an opportunity. They go for the aggressive play and they will take away the purple buff as well.
Wow, Vietnam, it's gonna be a useless alert, I could say, because they lose to 4 members after they got the Lord. And the problem is, like I said it earlier, Malaysia, the backup is very, very fast. And the damage is already there for Momo with 11 kills. What? And also the gold elite, they're coming from Malaysia in, how much, 3K?
3K, more or less. I mean, Vietnam, they have to try and find a way to get Momo out of the equation. He is absolutely a lot of damage in this fight. But look at that, that's the Blazing Duet being used, but he will actually be able to escape with his life. Manipulation being popped up by Moon to try and get something else, but that is a play being made by Vietnam. And now here we go, Yoga and the King coming in to cut off the members of Malaysia, Chiku as well as Momo won't be able to survive. That's a shutdown. And just like that, Vietnam take the game.
Yeah, I think Malaysia cannot force the team fight right now, especially it's only 4 versus 2 in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Hehe is coming to giving a help in the mid lane right now, but Forme is still able to survive again and again. The Bloody Hunt connects. They're coming from Yums here, but he won't be able to survive too long.
Rune being used by both these teams, but Vietnam eventually comes out on top. Only the King taken out from their roster as the members of Malaysia finally start respawning, but now Vietnam has a window of opportunity to try and get those objectives on the side lanes.
They need this Lord, I think. The second Lord is going to be an important objective for both of the team, especially because Malaysia, they already have like 5 turrets in the hand. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they can try to do the split push here into the bottom lane and also the top lane. And for the items, maybe Cloud doesn't have enough gold if you compare to the Batrix here with the 9.8k gold. He already has the Blade of Despair and also the Wind of Nature. But both of the gold laner already has it. So I think for the physical damage coming from Malaysia, they have to hold it a little bit until Cloud is already being used that Wind of Nature. And the positioning from Gnard, I think it's very, very important because, you know, with the Guiding Wind, it can change it can change everything. It can turn the table for Vietnam. It's still a 50-50 condition for both of the teams. It can be anyone games.
It's still anyone's game for sure, as Vietnam, they have a very huge advantage in the burst department, right? The Carmilla and the Claude. If Hehe and Yoga can actually make a huge play, maybe something can happen, but Nart gets hooked. But the Circling Eagle is being used, and Yums instead will be the main target. He is able to escape with his life, but look at that, Chiku actually getting taken very, very low as Vietnam chase a bit too far. They get punished. That is 2 members down. That is 3 members down as Yoga runs away, but the King tries to make a play happen. It will not be good enough though, as double kill is being picked up by Momo, and Yoga runs for his life. The waves are available for Malaysia. They might just go for the end here, and look at the knockback being done by 4 minutes yet again. Shut down by Chiku, and Malaysia take out Vietnam. They go for the base right here. Minions are available, and that will be Malaysia sealing the deal.
2-0. It's almost a close game for Vietnam, but unfortunately, Malaysia is still able to counter it back, and Malaysia goes into the next stage. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they have to go to the lower bracket.
Wow.
Wow.
Vietnam really made things look very dangerous for Malaysia. But in the end, the coordination, the synergy from Malaysia is just too difficult for Vietnam to deal with. That fight looked so bad for Malaysia until they decide, all right, boys, it's time to hit back. And Vietnam, they just start falling apart. That is crazy.
I thought Chiku, oh no. Can you count how many times actually all of the players that are very, very, very low still can survive? For me, it's Chiku. And even Need My Help also has the same thing as well, right, in the bottom lane. But the thing is, I really like how Malaysia, you know, they are trying to go in and go out, trying to buy some time, at least until the help comes from the damage dealer here, right? We know that actually Batrix from Momo already has enough damage here.
A lot of damage.
A lot of damage.
And the difficult part for Vietnam is, right, like how are you supposed to actually deal with this? You go aggressively and they just find ways to try and turn it around on you. They have crowd control to make it work. And even if you don't want to fight, they are the ones with the iron hook. So they have a lot more options.
Agree with that. And, you know, actually it was a close game for Vietnam, and Momo become the MVP. He saved everyone though. If Vietnam has Matilda, Malaysia, they have Patrick from Momo, which is, you know, the damage. This is what I said it earlier. They have to make sure that Momo has a lot of item, has a lot of gold. He has to, you know, get a lot of space to farm, and he did it. Even though with 11 kills just now in the almost in the mid until the late game composition here for Malaysia, but he still managed to find a good positioning. So it's not easy to take down Momo. If you want to take down Momo, you have to go into the backline. It means that actually the king has to do his job, right?
Yep.
But meanwhile, Malaysia always try to find the I can say maybe the team fight or the skirmish without the king. So Momo got free positioning in the backside.
Momo and Moon, so a lot of range, a lot of AoE. And whenever the fight is just so clustered like this, it's crazy because it's actually good for both teams. It really comes down to execution because Vietnam can very easily go for that combo, but somehow, some way, Malaysia, actually you can say that it was a bit equal because some of these fights, man, Vietnam somehow also get an advantage.
Yeah, I agree with that. The pick-off strategy, the pick-off playstyle coming from Malaysia is very, very strong because they have two initiator here. They have Ruby, they have Yam. And I really like Yam. You know, when we talk about Franco, we talk about the combo from the Iron Hook and also Bloody Hand, right? But we didn't see it that much in the second game because sometimes he can use the surprise initiation with the flicker and also the Bloody Hand combo here. It's very, I don't know, it works perfectly for Malaysia. Look at that, the Bloody Hand again and again. He doesn't have to use the flicker all the time. Once he know that actually the Iron Hook pops up and connect to maybe the roamer or maybe the XP lane, he won't use the Bloody Hand. Look at that, he used this Bloody Hand once the moon pop up the real world manipulation. So the combo is there and it's free space for Momo to just shot everyone from the back line.
Malaysia is just so good in these chaotic moments, man. They understand what they have in their toolkit, and the bench MVP right here is gonna be Momo.
Wow.
From Malaysia, not Indonesia.
Oh, sorry, I cannot play as a god laner.
Oof, he's on that Yves Momo-chan. That was an insane performance.
Oh, sorry. No, actually Moon with the Eve, but Momo.
Oh, right.
You know the reason why I don't play a god lane? Because I let Momo to play the god lanes.
The Malaysian, the better Momo. Momo.
The better Momo, I agree with that.
Momo plus.
And the spotlight again and again. This guy is amazing. This guy is very, very insane. He's very brave. He's very confident with all the hero that he used, right? The first game we saw his Labu-Labu. The second game, we also know the Paquito. Even though the Paquito is not making a lot of outplay just now, but his presence is enough to just shut down all the members in the backline, such as maybe Valentina or maybe such as Benedetta or Cloud, right? And it was a close game for Vietnam, but Vietnam with the pick off, like I said, with the pick off strategy, with the pick off playstyle coming from Malaysia, Vietnam doesn't have an answer. How they hold and even though counter the CC coming from Yams and also Chiku guys because they ban out the DG.
Well, crowd control certainly wins games, especially when both teams are just so good. Because for Vietnam, they are able to find those moments to try and get big combos, get big damage out, but they can't pick when it's going to happen. They have to wait for Malaysia to be willing to participate in that exchange. And for Malaysia, it's a completely different story. If you don't want it, they'll just pull you in it regardless. That is the power that crowd control gives your composition.
That's the reason why they have to ban out the DG, right?
Or pick it.
Or pick it, even though they... So, Malaysia, they really know what they have to do and what kind of strategy they want to bring inside the game, right? They
The
ban
Langgar
out
playstyle.
The Langgar playstyle coming from Malaysia. It's amazing. They ban out the DG. They took all of this crowd control that can turn the table out for Malaysia. Vietnam almost got this game.
At one point.
At one point, right? Because with the 5 versus 5 situation, Vietnam still gets so much upper hand.
The Blazing Duet does a lot of damage. I
Agree.
mean, that combo, right, from that team, if you're just clumped up like that, you can see the Electro Final Blow,
Yeah.
the Blazing Duet. It's
But
still
it
a lot
can
of
be
damage.
stopped with 1 or 2 abilities, right? Coming
Exactly.
from
Because
the
crowd
Bloody Hand.
control, it comes back to that. The I'm Offendeds, the Bloody Hunts. Again and again, it just stops the momentum of Vietnam in its tracks. And once that happens, Malaysia can just turn it around. But of course, we have to thank our official telco operator partner,
Wow,
Telkomsel.
Telkomsel. Of course, if you guys are looking for an amazing, fun game, let me tell you something. Because the Return of Condor Heroes, it's interesting gameplay and also 1,000 characters that you can play, and you will like it in this game. So make sure that you guys check the Return of Condor Hero games here, because it can, you can make your own favorite warrior, be the strongest inside the game as well, and bring your clan become to be an unbeatable clan. So download now on Google Play Store or App Store. For more information, you guys can visit at condorheroes.duniagames.co.id.
And other than that, for you guys who have Telkomsel points and want to get awesome merchandise,
of course,
or even free drinks,
Free
or want to join playing fun games, and get more than 1 million rupiah every day, right? Visit our Telkomsel booth and redeem your points, because you can also get a smartphone in the point auctions and you can, at the mini stage. So check your Telkomsel point in Telkomsel and redeem right now, guys. It's free. Don't miss out on this great event.
Yeah, especially if you are staying in Bali, you have to come to IESF. We have a lot of booths, a lot of amazing, I could say amazing venue as well, right? Did you look the opening ceremony yesterday?
It's very cool. I mean,
very cool.
You can just really appreciate the scale of the events. But unfortunately, Momo-chan, the time has come to an end. Match number 2 is finished. One more match coming up, so don't miss that. But for now, we will take a break. It's been Arashi and Momo-chan, and we'll see you next time.
Third match. Bye.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship. Created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
Energi.
Selalu ada dimanapun itu,
Membawa yang baik menjadi hebat.
karena tidak ada lagi batas.
Kemanapun lintasan masa membawa, hingga ke masa depan.
Sejauh mana kamu bisa bermimpi?
Jawabannya, sejauh yang hati kamu inginkan.
Dengan energi yang menggerakkan kamu
Dan kamu. Pertamina, energizing you.
Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy. Iklan pop mie, stuck gitu-gitu aja.
Pop mie, ransel, pop mie.
Biar seru nggak terputus, pop mie dus. Topping cangki sama gurihnya itu sob. Beuh. Yuk sob, sikat pop mie. Seru terus kuy.
Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy. Tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water. Hydro Coco. Why choose Hydro Coco? Healthy. Tastes good. Rasakan manfaat air kelapa asli untuk bantu jaga imun tubuh.
We choose Hydro Coco.
Real coconut water.
Masih bingung cari jasa ekspedisi? Central Cargo hadir sebagai solusi pengiriman barang Anda dengan terus meningkatkan kualitas pelayanan. Sebagai komitmen kami, memberikan pelayanan terbaik untuk Anda. Kini kami telah dipercaya oleh ribuan customer. Di balik pertumbuhan Central Cargo yang pesat, kami memiliki ratusan drop point yang tersebar di seluruh Indonesia. Dalam membangun kepercayaan, kita tumbuh bersama.
Go.
Do it! Welcome to Mobile Legends!
Kok jadi stuck gini sih? Padahal udah mau end loh. Aduh.
Ada sebuah cerita tentang mereka yang bangkit dari keterpurukan, melawan keterbatasan, merajut karya untuk berdaya bersama, membuka jalan kemudahan dan rasa percaya akan masa depan. Di tengah tantangan, mereka suarakan harapan, bergerak untuk perubahan. IndiHome, aktivitas tanpa batas.
Selamat datang di sebuah pengalaman perjalanan baru Indonesia bersama InJourney. Terbang bersama kami untuk melihat pariwisata Indonesia. Sirkuit internasional, bentang alam, ragam atraksi budaya, produk lokal asli Indonesia, warisan budaya, keamanan dan kenyamanan. InJourney membawa kerambahan Indonesia ke dunia.
Indonesia's Next Top Model Cycle 3, Sabtu dan Minggu, jam 7 malam.
Berani melawan keterbatasan demi memberitakan kebenaran. Terus berjalan menghadapi perubahan, berinovasi menjawab tantangan zaman. Menjadi tempat informasi terpercaya yang cepat, berimbang, dan akurat. Tak sekadar memberi wawasan, namun juga membuka pikiran. Orang cerdas membaca tuntas hanya di detik.com.
Warga plus 62 emang banyak maunya. Dari drakoran sampai banjir air mata. Nonton action yang mantul. Sampai nonton tendangan cantik. Maksudnya ini Mau nonton apapun, semua ada di video. Mulai dari yang bikin berbunga-bunga, keringet dingin, ketawa, sampai bikin gak ngedip. Jadi nonton apa sekarang?
Jangan yang aku bekerja.
Jangan suntik-menyuntik. Kamu mau nulis sendiri?
Sih lebih belajar otodidak, nontonin pro player luar, habis itu pelajarin.
Dari 1 sampai 10 ya, seberapa jago kamu main? Tukang apa yang kalau dipanggil tengoknya ke atas?
Langsung main di bawah.
Satu, buah apa yang durhaka? Aku, Bang.
FF. Kalian keras nih, Bos.
Itu sih masih pemanasan sih di MPL season yang ke-8. Juga ya.
Siapa sih guys yang pernah gitu ya?
Salah satu pro player.
Baik juga, jadi kayak share hal-hal yang positif juga. Begitulah kayak kita cari poin plus minusnya kita buat final itu.
Knockdown, dia nggak coba dicari lagi. Kali ini masih belum ada ilmu terlebih dahulu, berhasil.
Untung dari tim Anarchy nggak ada third party di sini, nggak ada tim lain yang akan bersih-bersih, mereka ada di sisi lain. Kita main lagi.
Ada banyak banget ya di pertarungan berkualitas dan aksi tim.
All it takes is one dream. One dream that becomes a journey. To drive an ambition. Believing in yourself. Persevering challenges. Always focused on the dream. To grow aspirations. Having the will to keep going. Building a future with a legacy. Knowing dreams can come true. Over 11 years of growth. The spirit of entrepreneurship created possibilities. Realized new potentials. Innovate for the better. Expand horizons. To change lives. To connect new ideas. To explore new grounds. With the future in sight. Together.
So today we have Lotus from Chile, and they will be competing in the World Esports Championship 2022. So Lotus, how was your trip from Chile to Bali, and what is your impression of the place?
Was a very long trip. We came from Chile. We have 3 connection flights: Chile, Houston, Tokyo, Indonesia, and then Jakarta, Bali. So it was a very long trip, 2 days in a row, but it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun too. Totally worth it. Bali is a very beautiful place, so we are so happy to be here. We are delightful right away.
So first, how was your trip from your country to Bali? What is your impression about the place?
So about my trip, it was a little bit tiring, of course, from Saudi Arabia to Bali. Very long journey, but in the end, it worked out and everything was fine. And my impressions is very great. The place here is wonderful, amazing, beautiful place. And yeah.
So about the competition, how do you guys prepare for this championship?
Well, we are a stack from Mexico, of course. Everyone has their own team, but we kind of practice with scrims a little bit 2 weeks ago.
Okay. So for this tournament, which team or participant do you think will be your biggest rival?
So I think our biggest rival will be from our same region, Philippines. We're in the same group. I think they're pretty strong, and I'm hoping we can have a good match.
So you've traveled so far from Maldives to Bali, Indonesia. What is your target in this competition?
Actually, we look forward to be in the top 1 or 2.
As we know, this is the biggest esports tournament in the world. Do you have any pressure on your shoulder, and how do you deal with them?
Actually, obviously it's a tournament, right? There'll be a lot of pressures, but then I think we'll be good in handling it.
Okay. So you already been through several stages of IESF qualification. What is the key of success for you in order to qualify for this tournament?
Well, the key is practice a lot, have fun again. Focus on the game, study the game. The game is your life in a competition.
We also know that there have been a significant growth of the esport industry for the past few years, and there are many esport fans that want to represent their country just like you.
Yeah.
Do you have any advice or tips for them so they can achieve that dream?
So I think we should all remember, like, it's a team game, so we should solely not only focus on ourselves, and we should maybe focus on the team and how to grow as a team together, and sticking together through the thick and thin. I think that would be the greatest tip I can give.
Okay, so that's all for my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time, and I hope you the best.
Thank you,
for this tournament. I hope the best for Mexico team.
Thank you so much.
We hope that too. Thanks to you, Pong.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Welcome back again on IESF 14 World Esports Championship Bali 2022. And now, still, we are on air stage! Last match for Mobile Legends Bang Bang for today. Let us see who's gonna join the Malaysia on the upper bracket and will be fight for tomorrow. Let us invite the team. And the first, please welcome Slovenia! Second team, homeland of the Lionel Messi, Argentina! All right, both of the teams has come to the stage for last match. Mobile Legends Bang Bang on IESF 14 World Esports Championship. Are you ready for today?
Yeah, we are ready.
All right. Are you ready for today?
Obvio, más listo que nunca.
I don't understand what he said, but okay, let's go. Please get a handshake, you guys. And you can go to your room over there. With more than 600 international athletes, 106 countries, and more than 596 offline matches. Today is the esports event with the most nationalities competing offline, the largest outdoor esports competition in Southeast Asia. We have 6 games: CSGO, Dota 2, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, PUBG Mobile, eFootball 2023, and Tekken 7. And especially for CSGO, there is not only a CSGO male, we also have the first CSGO female tournament of this year. Alright guys, let the game begin. Please welcome our casters like usually, Arashi and Mirko.
Once again, thank you so much to Masger over there for the wonderful introduction for Team Argentina and Team Slovenia. We're on the caster desk with me, Mirko and Arashi.
It's Arashi here, and wow, finally we're here, the final match of today.
The third match of the day, the final match. And so far, Arashi, we've seen all games, all matches go 2-0. Clean sweeps from both Team Malaysia and also from the first match, Team Cambodia.
Is it a pattern? We'll just have to find out. Because honestly, with the way the meta is right now, if once you lose tempo, once you lose momentum, your opponents can just take over the whole game, and it's very difficult to mount a proper comeback. So we'll see what kind of strategies both these teams are going to bring to the table today.
Well, while we're talking about strategies right now, there's a little bit of similarity, honestly. Looking at match number 3 compared to match number 2. Or no, match number 1, actually. Because in match 1, we saw that team, well, firstly, match 3, Team Slovenia, there's not much data around Team Slovenia, right? Very similarly to match number 1. Once again, we'll see how both these teams are going to be able to go up against one another. But for Team Slovenia, this is where they'll have a double-edged sword, right? They are a double-edged sword. They don't have a lot of data for the enemy team to read, but also it means that they don't have a lot of international experience coming in to this World Championship.
They might have data from scrims and the like, but obviously it's not the same thing when you're in a tournament, when there's audience, when there are stakes available, and being in the factor for that particular match. So we'll have to see, like you mentioned, what crazy things can we expect? Is it going to be aggressive? Is it going to be passive, right? Is it going to be reactive? a lot of these games can be boiled down to the initial maneuvers being made in the first few minutes. I think that, along with the drafting phase, is what we have to take a closer look at.
And fun fact, again, right? Let's talk a little bit about their opponents. Team Argentina, S11 Gaming is going to be the organization representing Argentina. This is a team who's had experience before internationally in Liga Latam. Right when we had MSC, Latam, Liga Latam was there as well. In the end, it was RQ Akira who won it, but S11 came very, very close, and they got that experience, right, under their belt. And now with the lessons that they've learned over there, they're able to qualify as well to the M4 World Championship. So they're going to be looking forward to that one. But obviously, they're going to be looking forward to getting a good result here at IESF first.
When there's bragging rights involved in the equation as well, right? If you can win over here, you show that okay, you're not just a team with experience. You're a serious contender that people need to be taking seriously. And of course, it's always good to know that your hard work, your practice hours has, actually resulted in something as sweet as a victory on such a international stage like IESF.
Well, while we're on that point, Arashi, I think it's time for us to give the audience our predictions for this matchup, right? Ooh. Argentina or Slovenia? Maybe we'll ask you first, Arashi. You're going to have to answer. You're the analyst. You're the bookman.
Bookman? Well, that's a very interesting question. I must say that I think that experience as well as what we call jam terbang in Indonesia, airtime, right? How much you've been playing, how much time you have in the match, in game, when you're in a big tournament. I think it makes a huge difference because nerves, reactability, right, experience, and knowing what to do at the right moment, I think it's very valuable in deciding who comes out on top. So I must say that I think the team with more experience will come out on top here. And dare I say it, it might be a 2-0, man.
Ooh, bold statement there, but before we get into today's final match, we're going to take a look at the playoff brackets to give you guys a little bit of a recap as to what has happened in the last two matches. Firstly, Cambodia were able to absolutely dismantle Team Namibia 2-0 in the first match of the day, the opener. Then in match 2, Malaysia was able to take game 1 dominantly and take game 2 in a complete slugfest up against Vietnam, but it still stayed as a clean sweep. So like Arashi mentioned, it can possibly come down to this match to break the curse of the clean sweeps.
Well, anything is possible, man, especially in the Land of Dawn. It's never over till it's really over. That's why the game is always so exciting. We say that a lot, and it's absolutely true. So Slovenia, they have a real chance here, because if Argentina takes them lightly, this is a team that's representing their country. There's a lot at stake here, and they're definitely not going to just cruise through this game.
Well, here for Team Slovenia, we have Clyde. And for Argentina, we have Papa Dog. So, again, Argentina, this team, as you can see over there, S11. This team has experience. You said that you are going for the more experienced team.
Right.
So, Argentina.
Argentina.
Well, I don't know. I personally agree with you, but there's a little bit of biasness as well for me. Not for the players on stage, but for a certain Argentinian who's playing in a different tournament.
Oh, that really big tournament, isn't it?
You guys know, number 10. But anyways, right, we're talking about MLBB, so let's kind of dissect how they like to play. Because, again, Argentina, they're a very aggressive team.
Right.
And Slovenia, they're a team that's, again, very similarly to Namibia, struggle in the early stages of the game. So this is where we might see, again, the same thing that happened in match 1 happen again here, like it's deja vu.
As you mentioned, the meta right now is very, very unforgiving. You give in 2 kills. You give your opponents maybe a turtle, maybe a buff, maybe an uncontested turret take, and that can spell doom for your whole rotations, your whole game plan. And I think it's on the backs of the opponents, of the teams right here, not just to not make a mistake, but to take advantage of those mistakes as well. Because if these teams think that, okay, they can just play default and somehow get a victory, they're not in their right mind.
Well, we'll see, ladies and gentlemen, because the draft will start in just a bit as we enter the player camps to take a look at all the players in the air stage right now. And the drafts have begun for game number 1 of the final match of the day. Slovenia on the blue side, Argentina on the red. We'll see, I think, similar bans to what we've seen throughout the tournament so far, right? Leomord, Martis, Kaja even coming in the Cambodian match. We've also seen just a whole lot of different heroes, unique heroes like the Fannies, and even Carmilla coming in as a prio pick in both of the matches that we've seen.
It's definitely surprising, but I think given the right circumstances, there's a lot of potential there, for sure. So for Slovenia, I think they want to curb that fighter aggression, but Argentina, they're going with that Digi ban. So we've seen this being done by Malaysia in the previous match. Pick or ban that Digi, and then just stockpile on that crowd control to ensure that you can get those fights on your terms.
That's very interesting, right? Because we haven't seen a Digi ban in the first phase in this tournament so far. We did see that Digi pick, and it was up against a 1-1. It's to counter that 1-1. Here, Argentina, maybe they're hinting at a 1-1 pick for themselves currently. That's what they're trying to strategize around. But Team Slovenia, they're just going to go ahead and ban out that Carmilla, a hero that's just been so annoying. Very good clear, very, very good team fight with obviously that ultimate linking everyone together to get that stun all around.
That seems to be a different version of abusing that crowd control. Argentina, though, will be banning away the Kaja, so denying that crowd control. A bit of burst, and of course, the wave clear as well, because wave clear, more than anything, is also a huge factor in the current meta. We saw that earlier. Malaysia was able to abuse it completely to ensure that Vietnam just did not have any winning plays. They had to choose between a lose and a lose. And I think that is something that Argentina, from the looks of it, will try and attempt as well.
Let's see, once again, Martis still up for grabs. We're also seeing that Valentina hasn't been banned at all here in this game. Fanny has been left open, but just as I say it, Slovenia, they banned Fanny straight away. They do not want to first pick it. So right now, what I assume Slovenia are trying to do right now is they're trying to just bait that Valentina first pick. If Argentina goes for the ban onto the Valentina, they're going to pick it up. If Argentina actually does ban it straight away here, the 1-1 is obviously left up for grabs, and the Digi has been banned out. That's the main counter for the 1-1 currently in this meta.
But you have to remember that the Martes is still open as well, and a lot of teams have been banning him out because he is a very obnoxious hero, man. He has a lot of damage, he is very survivable, and I think it just forces you to play a certain way. And I think if we talk about teams being aggressive, Martis is definitely a very strong tool, and as you predicted, the Valentina has been banned, so Martis comes out just like that.
But maybe, Arashi, this is exactly what Argentina wanted to happen, right? Because the Digi ban, the Kaja ban, two heroes that are actually really good up against that 1-1. Divine Judgment is a way to lock the 1-1 down, and with her second ability, she's not going to be able to get out of that Divine Judgment. But no, Argentina, they say, we're going to pick up the Faramis, and we're going to pick up that Fredrin. So they already have some damage. They already have a very good XP laner. On top of that, very good team fight and chase potential with that Faramis. 1-1 being completely ignored here. But nope, it just gets picked up. It wasn't shadow pick, but now with the 1-1 and the Eve, Slovenia have drafted themselves a pretty solid front to back.
This is a caster curse at work again. Every time we mention a hero, it just pops out.
No Layla. I'm trying to, you see what I'm trying to do?
Yes, Layla won't be picked for sure. But Slovenia right here, with the Eve, we saw that Malaysia is able to abuse. And correct me if I'm wrong here, I think the crowd control, the slow amount, has been increased. So it's very difficult, especially if you're in melee heroes, to try and chase or even kite away from that Eve. So that in combination with the Martis, that can actually be that main source of damage, and the 1-1 that can maneuver around you, I think Slovenia is up to something here.
Yeah, I agree with you. You know, I actually had a discussion with one of the coaches for on Esports, Coach Aldo, and we spoke a lot about the Eve, right? The quote-unquote nerfs towards this hero with the range. Everyone thought it was a nerf. Everyone was bashing, obviously, the developers for nerfing, quote-unquote, these heroes. But it's more of an adaptation. It's an adjustment, because with that nerf in the range, there's more slow, there's more utility, you can spam your abilities a bit more, and guess what? It's more damage coming in as well. So with this, it just basically forces the whole community to relearn a hero that we've already known for so long. And with that, it's a very similar hero to Yve as well. A hero that's been constantly nerfed, adjusted here and there. The Beatrix with initially, in the beginning of the year, Wesker being so super dominant with the Renner. Now, it's back to Nibiru.
So a bit of a cheese almost with the Wesker, right? You're going with the flicker, going aggressively, and catching your opponents off guard. But now, it seems to be a lot more calculated, a lot more standard. Just providing damage from the back line, and using ultimates for wombo combos. Right here for Argentina, there is an okay amount of crowd control, so we'll see what this Peaches can do. But as you mentioned, Mirko, for Slovenia, that Yiv adjustment allows them to be a lot more dynamic and not rely so much on that real-world manipulation. So that is something that Argentina must adjust to. But as we are going into the second banning phase, Atlas as well as Amon, both very aggressive picks here being banned away from both these teams.
Well, you know, obviously the pressure that Amon has here is absolutely insane, considering that Slovenia has a very squishy backline. Getting rid of the Amon just makes a whole lot of sense. Meanwhile, for Argentina, you can already see that with the Diggy ban and now the Valentina, Atlas, and Lolita. They're really just trying to take away these hard engage heroes that are AoE, because they really want to play around that Faramis called Alter, which is very easily countered now by those two heroes. Three technically, the Diggy, the Atlas, and the Lolita, right? Because all of them have kind of similar traits. That AoE that can punish the called Alter now that has been revamped, where every member has to be in that called Alter radius to get the effect.
To clump together, and that is not. It's never a good thing, especially in the current meta with very punishing combos available. But on the flip side though, Slovenia also has the option to just kite away from it, because as we mentioned, there's been so many changes to the cult Alter, and right now, in my opinion, it's just very situational. You need to be using it against very specific compositions, and if Slovenia is able to play around it, I think Argentina might struggle to put good use, to get good use out of that cult Alter.
Well, we'll see right now. Argentina going to go for the first pick this time around. Honestly, after the revamp, the adjustment towards the Faramis, he does work better as a mid laner, so that's exactly what they go for. They pick up the Mathilda to fill in that roaming position, as they need a little bit more utility. They still need to have that insurance, right? If Slovenia are able to lock a few members down on that call Alter, they need someone with that utility to bring them back out, and the Mathilda just provides a good mix of everything. One of the most prio roamers as well, but with that shielding from Mathilda, Slovenia are trying to pick up that Esmeralda and also the Akai, which is interesting because it's gonna be an Akai roam if they do pick this up.
Most likely, but it won't be the Akai, it will be the Grok. So denying a lot of crowd control with the immunity, and then afterwards perhaps being used as one of those setups for the big combo. But if you look at the composition of Argentina right now, they have a lot of utility, but I have to question, is it enough damage, especially if they want to make good use of the cult Alter? And as I say that though, Hayabusa makes an appearance.
Oh, I think that's a really good pick, honestly, the Hayabusa, right? Because if the frontliners here from Argentina, both the Fredrin and the Faramis, both of these heroes can really disrupt Slovenia's frontline, and that can enable this Hayabusa to really wreak havoc onto that back line, where the 1-1 and the Yiv are both going to struggle a lot up against the Hayabusa up until they get either Winner's Truncheon or that Wind of Nature.
For Argentina though, I think their composition actually forces them to be very, very active on the map. Because if they don't make use of all that utility, all those playmaking tools in the early game, I think they will struggle in the output department later on. Especially if Slovenia is able to actually catch up, or maybe just not trail too far behind.
Well, we'll see, ladies and gentlemen. Both of the drafts have been set. You guys can go and comment down below on your predictions. Do you think Argentina or Slovenia has the better draft? Tell us what you think, because right now we're about to jump into the Land of Dawn for the first game and the final match of the day. Once again, here it is, the Land of Dawn, Slovenia, with their jungler starting in the blue side. Coming in, Jotun from Argentina starting on the red.
Both teams just clearing as fast as possible. And I think it's very interesting that both teams will actually do something similar, and usually it will take until the turtle starts spawning for both teams to actually be able to pressure and force their opponents to play a certain way. So we'll have to see in this early game, at least until about 4 minutes, who will actually have more advantage.
Well, Erwin is trying to open up the map here, but the early aggression coming in from Slovenia's Martis and Grok is a bit too much to handle. They're going to be able to secure the first Letho Wanderer. And honestly, looking at their composition, they might have a lot to say in the early stages of the game in the first few neutral objectives.
They have a lot of crowd control. They have a lot, well, not maybe the crowd control per se, but they have clear, right? And in the early game, clear in a way is almost more valuable than crowd control because it allows you to move faster, but wait, there's aggression here.
Oh, Civ gonna be able to dish out the damage, but Erwin picks up the first blood. Clyde now still able to run away, but here it is. Jotun comes in with a shadow kill. Clyde flickers out, but it's not enough to get him to safety. Jotun picking the second kill of the game up for Argentina.
Wow, that's aggression coming in from the Argentinian side, but they're not done yet, Mirko.
No, 1-1. Also, Bonnie gonna be caught again in that top side, staying, overextending, up against a 3-man dive. Argentina here with a very well-coordinated early game play.
We talked a lot about the experience coming in and how they actually know what to do, and it's showing right now. They are the ones dictating the tempo, and Slovenia is forced to try and adjust as well as possible, but it won't be enough.
Man, once again, Arakil in the bottom side, maybe taken down here, but the damage coming in from Papadog, as now Slovenia are trying their best to go at it onto the turtle, securing it with Retribution, but look at Papadog taunting two members, Rimuru and Clyde, as that's the damage coming through, stunning them up. Rimuru getting the shield in, Erwin zoning him back, as that's going to be Vizo, who tries to get out, will be able to. And here it is, Slovenia able to finally trade something back.
They're able to steal away that turtle from the hands of Argentina. A small victory in the grand scheme of things, but now they have to try and find opportunities to try and use the catch potential or the outplay potential. They have not been able to abuse the Marty's pick to get those weird skirmishes, and as things are going, it seems like Argentina are the ones that will try and actually find him in his own jungle.
It's tough, right? Because we actually mentioned it early on. Slovenia does have the better composition when it comes down to neutral objective control. But if Argentina gets this kind of tempo in the way they're able to gank, in the way they're able to utilize the assassins by actually isolating Slovenia and taking them apart from the individual lanes, it's going to be tough for them later on in the neutral objective takes.
I think it's very dangerous for Slovenia right now because Argentina has the option of using the Cult Altar in an aggressive fashion. Maybe for a dive, but as I say that though, Jotun, what happened to him?
Off camera, that was a kill, a solo kill, I do believe. As in the bottom side, we do see Papadog struggling a bit in that XP lane, in that 1v1 trade against Arakiel on that Esmeralda. But now, we're going to take a look. Once again, Civ here in that top side, up against Bonnie. It does feel like the 1-1 is struggling a whole lot.
There's a lot of emphasis being used to try and shut down this 1-1 because obviously this is a very dangerous heroes in the right hands and in the right game. If he can have a healthy laning phase, might be very dangerous, but Papadog right now is being dived on.
Papadog still able to survive. That's the power of the Fredrin, I guess. Super tanky, super sustainable, but with this, Slovenia have secured that bottom side pressure, Rashi.
With that pressure, they're trying to try and find something as Papadog is forced to be in a weird situation, and here we go.
A good taunt coming in. That's going to be the Cult Altar as well as they dive into the back line. Cult Altar HP bar is going to go falling down, but Papadog is still alive, dealing so much damage and taking a whole lot as well. Bonnie now popping that Inspire. Not just yet. He's actually waiting on it right now as Clyde has to recall. Civ looking for a good position, flickering forward, and that's going to be the Eve taken down. A very aggressive play though. Civ might not be able to get out. He gets cancelled out, and he gets caught from the damage coming in from Vizo. It's a 1-for-1, the mid laner for the gold lane.
Mid lane for gold lane, and right now it seems like Argentina is still doubling down, trying to get that turtle, and they will be able to secure it, even though initially Slovenia were the ones trying to make that play happen, and with that advantage, with that pressure, they will get the mid turret as well.
Oh man, they didn't get the mid turret, but Arashi, that's a lot of damage placed onto the mid turret, and even the turtle taken with not much being given back by Team Slovenia, as Jotun is trying his best to just clear out that mid wave. Rimuru is just trying his best to help Vizo clear out the purple buff. So you can see already that Argentina are able to create these forced errors up against Slovenia, even bringing Bonnie into the mid lane for Civ to take that top side for free.
Ooh, the pressure game from Argentina right now. They don't mind using a lot of resources to try and ensure that they have that wave priority, right? They keep pushing the waves from Slovenia, and as a result, they are the ones who are able to actually catch Slovenia mid-rotations because they can predict the movement as a shadow kill is being used right here.
Oh! He gets baited in the tier 1 and he's gonna get taken down. Jotun with an amazing quad shadow play to bait that from the side of Team Slovenia. Papadog very aggressive into that tier 1, under it. Meanwhile on the top side, it does seem like Civ was able to win out in the 2v1. Everything is collapsing for Team Slovenia as Argentina look to convert.
Absolute disaster right now as Slovenia. They're losing objectives left and right. Right now, it seems like Argentina will rotate and try and get some more in the bottom side. Arakiel needs to be a bit more careful here. It's a very dangerous situation.
Well, Arakiel still has a sprint. Doesn't use it just yet, and here it is, the isolation coming in for a shadow kill to deal so much damage. And it's another conversion for Team Argentina. Top side tier 2 and that XP lane tier 1 falling.
I swear, I've seen Civ use his ultimate to push waves at least 6 times throughout the whole game. That pressure coming in from the gold lane, it's just so oppressive as the purple buff is the next target for Argentina.
And it's another brilliant forced error from Team Argentina here, because with that threat onto the purple buff, it basically forces Vizzo to use that retribution. Meanwhile, you can already see Jotun soloing that turtle, picking it up, getting a beautiful trade on the board for Argentina.
Argentina is working towards so many things at the same time, and they are succeeding at every single endeavor. On the top side, though, Papadog just pulling away a lot of pressure, and look at that. You can see that Slovenia is forced to group together, and Argentina is just waiting for the right moment to strike.
There it is. That's the moment you're talking about as Jotun jumps in, eliminating the Esmeralda. Meteoro coming in. That's going to be the real world manipulation. Popped in, but it's instantly cancelled out as he wasn't able to dish out any damage towards the Argentinian players. Another turret, tier 2 in the XP lane, taken for free. No trades.
It's so slow but sure from Argentina. I'm very surprised to see how disciplined they are, and as we mentioned, the experience definitely shows. It's a different level of performance, and now Argentina, they're trying to actually do a lot of damage because Slovenia, they are desperate to try and find something, some kind of play to try and equalize because they are struggling right now.
Looking at the gold lead, Arashi, 8 minutes, 8,000 gold lead. Look at the items. It's just looking bleak for Team Slovenia currently with the Beatrix securing a Hunter Strike and BOD, not even caring about any defense. No defense whatsoever right now. They're snowballing and they understand that.
Not necessary as of now. Jotun as well with the Malefic Roar being rushed. So he has a lot of damage potential. Even though you send maybe your XP laner, your tanks against him, he has itemized accordingly. So the split push game is still available for Argentina, and they have not used it to its full potential just yet. And Slovenia already is struggling without it.
Again, the gold lead is still at 8,000. Argentina are doing a really good job at just suffocating Slovenia while also waiting for that timer on the spawn timer for the side of the Lord. Look at the damage! What was that? It was a snipe by Civ, and it's a kill! Over for Meteoro!
Wow, maybe use a spell before the escape was used? We'll see, but now, not even done yet. Look at Argentina going in, Mirko.
My goodness, Argentina just going at it. Vizzo trying to jump in onto Civ, but the damage comes through. Civ just guns Vizzo down. It's a 4-0. Once again, no trades on the board as they look to collapse once again onto Clyde, who's not going to be able to tank, to soak the damage from the Argentinian members. They're going to go for kills before they ultimately end the game in 9 minutes of game time. Another dominant display by Team Argentina.
Quick day in the office for Argentina. They shut down every single advantage Slovenia has in the early game. The aggressive picks were just avoided again and again. And with macro play, Argentina were able to somehow get the advantage in both objectives and also in the big fights. Wow.
What a performance by Team Argentina, showing that again. Even though so far the Southeast Asian teams have been the dominant teams, Argentina from Latam, they're here to play. It's amazing to see, again, a region that's quite relatively new to the MLBB scene already displaying macro like that.
It's insane to understand that at one hand, right, they are a new team, new region, essentially, so they don't have as much experience or game time, but at the same time, they have all the chance available to just watch all these other teams that came before them and learn again and again. And I think it really shows. If you told me they weren't studying tape, watching previous matches, I'll be very surprised because they seem to know how to maneuver in the most complicated of circumstances. And Slovenia, on the other side, they're just confused, man. What can they do?
Again, right, we expected early on, Slovenia were actually able to equalize on a few occasions, getting the turtle, but we need to talk about this because, like I said before the match, Arashi, Argentina are very aggressive, and they really drafted themselves an aggressive composition, but not for neutral objectives, it's for fights.
It's for fights, and essentially it's for pickoffs as well. You know, we talked about how Argentina has so many utility tools to set up to kite back, but I was concerned about their damage output. But with the macro gameplay, they were able to get a gold lead, and with that gold lead, they were just able to get fights again and again when it benefits them. That's the key word here. Whenever Slovenia has a chance, whenever Slovenia wants to try and trade something back, Argentina just very simply backs away. They have the guiding wind, they have the called altar. There's nothing Slovenia can do to force Argentina to do what they want, and the opposite cannot be more true. Look at this. They know that the bottom side is unsafe, but they don't have a choice. Argentina just slowly but surely squeeze around the map for Slovenia, and then once they're at their base, it's just a matter of time.
You know, we can both agree that this game, macro-wise, was absolutely amazing by Argentina. But even if we talk about that, the mechanics coming in from especially Jotun, was able to outplay Vizou on that Martis, a prio hero versus a Hayabusa that currently in the meta I do believe is a bit more situational. But we'll see once again here in the item builds. Meteoro, the MVP for the match.
Wow.
An amazing performance again.
It's a lot of damage and it's a very aggressive build, almost no utility, relying fully on the kit of Aramis and then going straight for the glowing wand, more damage per instance of damage essentially. So repetitive spam spells from the Aramis will do more damage, and then straight up to the Holy Crystal, knowing that he is that far ahead. But the match MVP, as you mentioned, Mirko, Meteoro, with a very impressive score.
Perfect KDA.
4-0 and 6, 7-7. And that damage dealt, I think, is very deceptive. You don't see Faramis as this big assassin, but as we saw earlier, we saw that one of the members from Slovenia is able to make it out, but out of nowhere, he gets taken out. That's the sneaky damage coming in from that Faramis, and this player spotlight is going to be Erwin from Argentina. Man, the damage taken, 22k.
It's not really just about the damage taken, right? Because if we take a look at Erwin and Meteoro, firstly, Erwin, he's not a utility roamer. He's not much of a damage soaker. On that Mathilda, he provided so much room for the players to engage, to disengage. There are a lot of crazy ganks, rotations that were enabled once again by that guiding wind, by that circling eagle. But there's a fun fact, there's a pattern for the MVP and for the player spotlight. Both of these players, they were kind of like, we did not see them. They were not the highlights. We saw Jotun, we saw Civ making a whole lot of crazy plays. We didn't see these guys make a whole lot of crazy plays, but it just shows that you don't need to make crazy plays to win the game. You don't need crazy plays to, again, have a stellar performance.
It's the plays that you don't see that gets you the most.
Consistency.
Well, exactly. Consistency and efficiency, I think, is the word here. Because they don't do anything too crazy, but they don't need to. By ensuring that they are in the right place at the right time, they have no even any need to even force Slovenia into anything. They just wait for the right opportunities, and if Slovenia doesn't take it, they still get value. And I think that kind of efficiency is very impressive, especially, as Mirko mentioned, from a region as young as Latin America.
It's absolutely stunning. I mean, looking at the growth, right? Because again, we've seen the Latam region from, I think we've been seeing them for quite some time now, but again, their improvement, their progression has been absolutely insane. Can't wait to see all the other teams now, but obviously I can't wait to see Slovenia as well in game number 2, because even though they lost in a kind of a one-sided occasion in game 1, there were brilliances, there were glimpses of that brilliance coming in from the side of Slovenia. If they are able to utilize that draft and this time execute on it better with better neutral objective control and more respect towards that pick potential composition from their opposition, they might be able to do it.
I think it comes down to adaptability, right? Because honestly, this is why it's a best of 3. It's not a best of 1, right? It allows teams to actually study what just happened, make adjustments, and some teams, they're not really good off the bat, but if they can adjust really well, it doesn't even matter. They can get that 2-1 reverse sweep. So Slovenia is definitely still in the game. And as Mirko mentioned, we did see a lot of potentially very good plays, rotations being attempted. And now that they have known how Argentina is going to try and respond to it, they might just find that missing key, that missing solution that will allow them to gain success.
We'll see if they will be able to find it within the break period, because it's a lot, right? It's a lot to handle. We've been saying it from match number 1. Will Namibia be able to actually learn from their mistake in game number 1? Will Vietnam be able to learn from their mistake in game number 1 as well? All 2 matches so far have gone 2-0 clean sweeps for both Malaysia and Team Cambodia. And Argentina are looking to put their region as well into the next stage of the tournament.
Well, so far it's looking like that's the case. As we mentioned, it's just a very different look, especially in stark contrast to match number 2. It was just aggression, team fights, action, non-stop. For Argentina, it's not even a lot of action. It's just slowly but surely, as we mentioned, just suffocation all across the map. And in a way, right, it's a bit... It's slower, but it's a lot harder to deal with as far as adaptability goes. Because if it's just aggression, then you can just stop it, use crowd control, use like guiding winds, safe mechanics like the called altar. But if you're dealing with macro difference, right, there's a lot of things, the small details, as Mirko mentioned, that you don't see, that you need to try and start acknowledging, because those are the ones that get you.
Those little things, man, it makes all the differences, especially when you're at this level. When you're competing at this level, every little thing you do, it really adds up in the end, right? The way they were able to just constantly gank in the early stage, make them think, making the Wan, again, scared to actually walk in his lane. Whenever he sees the enemy missing, moves into the mid lane, but it's actually just a bait for Civ to pick up that turret in that top side. It's all about that setup, and it's all about the feints, I believe, right? For Argentina, it was a beautiful macro game because of that. That was definition of macro outclassing. That's how you actually outclass your opponents, if you use the macro. Getting turrets for free, getting trades for nothing, no trades back.
And that is all achievable on the back of the tools they have. The guiding winds, the called altars, all these utility tools that Slovenia has let go for Argentina to make full potential, full use of. So now, knowing that right here for Slovenia, are they going to be forced to let go some of the prior heroes to ensure that the same thing does not happen again?
And we'll also see whether they go and opt to stay on the blue side, or maybe this time they'll move into that red side, prioritizing the 2 picks in the first phase, which Argentina were able to find a lot of value with the red side. Here it is. The player cams once again. We're looking at Team Argentina. Argentina on the blue side, so Slovenia have opted to swap into the red side. Leomord, first ban. We're looking at the same exact bans, I believe, as game number 1.
Already a bit of a difference. Digi is not being seen right here, but the 1-1 will be banned away. So maybe a different approach being attempted by both these teams. Argentina, maybe something a bit more level, because against aggression, if they ban out that Leomord, it seems like they're trying to back away.
Well, we'll see. Once again here, with the 1-1 banned out, now Argentina, in the first game they banned the Kaja and the Valentina, but now that they have the first pick, they might actually want to just, alright, go for the Digi ban once again, and maybe this time leave the Valentina open, right? Pick it up for themselves for first pick.
Valentina open, that is not going to happen apparently in this game, but honestly, I'm not quite sure, because if you look at adaptability and flexibility, right, I think Argentina has shown that they can make full use of that. So for Slovenia, they wouldn't want to let that go, and for Argentina, I think they're a bit too experienced maybe, or smart to let that go. Although Slovenia has banned that Farsa.
They banned the Farsa in game number 1, but it was in the second phase. In the first phase, though, it's very interesting. Perhaps it might be a respect ban towards Argentina. It might also just be a hero that they just do not like going up against, right? So we'll see. Slovenia, right now, what I feel like they're doing is they're leaning more towards their comfort, right? Maybe in game 1, they're trying to read their opponents out. They go for just the standard bans. But this time, they're really saying, you know what? We'll try our best to go for our comfort bans. If it works out, we get game 3. If not, there's always that lower bracket. With the Farsa ban here, the Fair Miss will get banned. And again, this basically forces Slovenia to be in a tough spot. There's a lot of heroes that are really good, but mainly that Valentina. Remember, Valentina dictates the draft. If you get that in the first pick, Slovenia are going to be forced to pick heroes that aren't really too ultimate dependent.
Although we've seen that you can just take the complete opposite approach and just go with so many options available that, you know, the Valentina just gets completely confused. Carmilla will be banned from Slovenia, and I'm quite curious to see how they want to do this because, as you mentioned, maybe Slovenia is going back to comfort, and it's going to work one of two ways, right? Either they're just so much better and so much more confusing on their comfort, or their comfort is just a bit too misguided, too jumbled up to actually have a good impact. But finally, we see a Kaja.
Man, I've seen a lot of Kajas, and usually it's in the jungle. Tank, jungle, Kaja. But the Beatrix here is already being hovered by Slovenia. Valentina is going to be a very expensive hero to let go if Slovenia actually decides to, right? Because, again, if Argentina gets this Divine Judgment, a massive ultimate up against Slovenia, plus that Valentina, man, it's going to be a tough game for Slovenia. They do decide to go for the Martis. Again, putting some more comfort heroes onto the hands of Vizot. We saw that he was able to find a turtle, right, in game number 1. So he likes his hero. He knows how to use that Retribution battle, or how to win that Retribution battle. And Argentina now, Valentina up for grabs.
I think it will be taken for sure because, honestly, for Slovenia, they have to try and get something to enable this Martis. In game number 1, the Martis pick was good, it was strong, but it wasn't allowed to shine because Argentina just played around it. So for Argentina right now, they go for that Atlas very early on in the game. Of course, the Digi has been banned before this. What will they add on to this? Kaja and Atlas as well as a Lapu Lapu. So an abundance of crowd control and AoE.
That's a lot of dive, man. That's a whole lot of dive. Argentina, in game 1, they were looking to pick. This time, they're looking to fight. They're looking to 5v5. AoE damage across the board. Even with the Kaja, sure, the Divine Judgment is a single target ability, but hey, your damage comes in AoE. With the Lapu and the Atlas, they're looking for that Wombo combo. In Slovenia, they need something to stop this. Akai becomes a very solid option if they really just want to stop Argentina's pure engage. And we've also seen that Akai is a counter towards the Atlas. They do go for it. And I think this basically kind of stops Argentina's strategy.
It sure throws a wrench in their plans for sure. But of course, it's not the end of the world, right? Having an Akai when you're trying to dive into the back line, it does not mean that Argentina will be unable to find those plays. If they can get that macro advantage, so if they secure a bit more wave control, a bit more wave clear, they can go for those weird flanks. And we've seen that when you have dive heroes like this on your left and right, that makes it very difficult for you to play as you intend. So Slovenia, I think they require a bit more crowd control just in case Argentina starts splitting up, because there's more than one engage available on their composition.
Well, Argentina can still flex these heroes again.
Yes.
Even though we've seen mostly the Kaja go into the jungle in ranked games and in most competitive games, it can still honestly be flexed into even the gold lane. That's what we usually see back in the old meta. Kaja in the gold lane, a counter towards the 1-1, does really good up against the marksmen, especially if you build full damage. And you're up against a Beatrix that has been nerfed. In the early stage, you can actually win some of those trades up against the Beatrix, and you can really utilize that to try to look for that snowball. Considering that Argentina will have a bit more mobility to play with the Atlas as well, with a perfect match, this becomes an option for them to flex, for them to actually show their deep hero pools.
In game number 1, Slovenia picked the Yves as well, and Argentina banned it away. And I think with, as we mentioned, with so many melee heroes, having to deal with that slow is going to be so annoying. And with Argentina having so much emphasis on execution, I think it's a very smart ban, but that's a Guinevere.
Alright, now the question is, where is that Guinevere going to go? And it's going to be the Bruno, who's going to be hovered here.
And the Gusion as well. Bruno locked in. What is going
just
on?
One wish right now. You gotta use the Neymar skin.
Oof.
Gotta
Yeah,
use the
absolutely.
Neymar skin, right? If Civ, you better use the Neymar skin here. but the Gushin gets picked up. And it does feel like it does seem like Jotun is actually going to be using the. It's a Kaja mid. They can still swap. They can still swap.
True. I mean, it's not unheard of. We've seen it actually perform before. As you mentioned, it's not only about crowd control. It's about having that wave clear as well. It's having that pick-off potential to set up for your jungler if he chooses to go and show up in your lane. So for Argentina, it's not looking too complicated. But for Slovenia, I am quite curious to see how they want to try and make this happen. The Guinevere most likely will be a laner.
XP lane, I believe. Just like, well, we saw.
Or will it be a roam? A roam Guinevere?
It can be roam, but then, yeah, if the Guinevere goes roam, then the Akai will go to the XP lane. We've seen both of these, but again, we're going to see the Vexana in here up against the Gushin.
All right.
Up against the Kaja. 2 melee. There's a lot of melee coming in from Argentina. And honestly, the Vexana works on paper here, right?
Yes.
You already have your ultimate, which is another target for all these melee targets from the side of Argentina. I think Slovenia have drafted themselves a pretty solid composition. Good disengage, good damage, but they're going to have to get to those item power spikes. The Beatrix is going to be the main win condition here for Team Slovenia.
I feel like Slovenia, as you mentioned, one of the ways to counter all this aggression is with crowd control. And as you mentioned, Vexana, ultimate can function as a knockup. They have the AoE Terrify as well, so there's a lot of potential in that pick. So we'll have to see. It's very unorthodox, but that is exactly what we are hoping to see in a tournament of this magnitude.
We've already seen Vexana twice.
Yeah.
That's how crazy it is. The meta for IESF alone has just been progressing so fast, and we'll see whether that Vexana can actually take Slovenia into an equalizer. 1-1 is a possibility, but for Team Argentina, they're looking to get that clean sweep to end the day fresh here, as again, Jotun will start on the purple buff with Vizo as well. Both teams opting for the same route.
Well, it's a Martis against a Gushin. So in the jungle matchup alone, the Martis has a lot of advantage, but as you mentioned, it's not only about that. It's whether or not the rest of the team can enable you, because if you go aggressive like this, you get kited away. Especially if you're going alone. So wow, that's just aggression coming in from both teams.
Again, Vizo going to be caught here. Arakiel trying to help his jungler, but it's going to be first blood picked up by Meteoro. Clyde coming in, trying to help, but look at the damage coming in from Civ on the Bruno. On the Neymar skin, absolutely styling as he dishes out so much damage, free hitting and winning here. Dashing forward, looking for more damage right now. He does have the flicker to actually go for the kill, but he decides not to do so. A wise decision, knowing that they already have the dub in the first initial trade.
I feel like Slovenia, they require a bit more levels to try and have that kind of level of aggression. They're up against, as we mentioned earlier, Lapu Lapu, Kaja, Atlas, and a Bruno. Technically, all these heroes, including the Gushin, can be a lot more dangerous in the early game, and Slovenia completely didn't recognize the danger in going aggressive there, and they paid the price. So Argentina already with a bit of a lead. We'll have to see Slovenia. Whoa! As I say that though,
wow, it's a kill over to Civ on the Bruno. We all know how much a Bruno can snowball here, but Civ is going to be caught. Has that flicker that he saved earlier, and that's where it comes to play. Argentina, like you mentioned, Rashi, that's just efficiency. Not going for crazy plays, knowing when they've already gotten the win, and pulling back when they have the dub.
And look at that, pressure in the bottom side, and just like that, instant movement towards the turtle. And if Slovenia tries and move aggressively, I think they have the advantage because they have the engage.
Oh, that's a fatal links onto 3 members right now, and this is the wombo that we talked about, that we mentioned. As early as this, Argentina have gone a 3,000 gold lead, getting a whole lot of gold from the shields as well. In the early game, it's 4-0. It feels even more one-sided than game 1 right now, but obviously we're going to take a look at the replay first before we go further. What an engage by Erwin.
As we mentioned, Slovenia being very concerned about the pick-off potential, they crowd together and they get hit with an insane fatal links. So Erwin is the one looking for all these plays to happen, and if he gets a solid one getting 2 or 3 members, that is an easy follow-up coming in with Jotun on the Gushin as well as Papadok on the Lapu Lapu, but ooh, in the bottom side.
Clyde just not having a good time. Clyde is getting absolutely bullied. Civ... Okay, this is the good thing, actually, about the Bruno, right? You're very good at clearing up the waves here early on, but you can already see the Divine Judgment coming in. Jotun trying to jump in with that burst damage, but will not be able to find it. He jumps in under the turret, forcing a flicker and an Eternal Guard from Rimuru. A lot of resources burned out practically for nothing here, and it looks like Jotun just does not care. Jumps in under the turret knowing the Eternal Guard was used. There's no more CC that they can apply onto Jotun. And Civ is just racking up gold. It's another kill for Jotun.
He is roaming across the map from bottom to top, collecting kills as he goes. What is going on here? Argentina with a completely different look. Now it's not just macro. Even if you just play defensively, they are taking the fight to Slovenia, and they are struggling to find an answer right now. Arakiel is on that Akai, but they don't have any damage to try and trade back in these very, very early game skirmish engages. And with the turtle spawning, Argentina will look to pressure Slovenia yet again. And this is a very difficult situation because of the tools available yet again to Argentina.
It's tough. Look at the pressure for Argentina. Erwin, my goodness, jumps in again with the Fatal Links, but it's going to be cancelled out with a heavy spin. Now Vizal trying to do some damage control, but the damage comes in, and look at the stun onto 2 with the flicker as well. Bonnie going to be taken down. That's a retry steal from the side of Vizal, but it does not matter as it's a 2-for-1 trade, and they're definitely going to be able to look for some conversion on the board with Rimuru forced to recall at low HP. No, not Rimuru, my bad. It was actually Arakiel. And again, well, Rimuru's not going to be recalling. A stun comes in from Papa Dog, and that might just be that bottom side turret falling to the hands of Argentina.
This is a replay from what happened earlier. As we mentioned, pressure for the turtle, and once your opponents, your prey comes in, flicker, Fatal Links, and the follow-up. It was initially disabled by the heavy spin, but overall, that is enough damage to ensure that Argentina have the fight in the bag. That's the Gusion, man. Very solid single target damage, but if everyone gets clumped up by the Fatal Links, he can very easily just decimate the whole team.
And look at this again. That's going to be Erwin who's able to lock them up, forcing Arakiel to actually use the heavy spin, still saving his Fatal Links. Clyde is not going to be able to get out. They're not even going to use these Fatal Links. Civ tries to look for a quick elimination there, but he's not going to be able to find it. Vizo in the mid lane trying his best to actually clear out the way, trying to buy some time. That's the Divine Judgment coming in. The burst from the side of Jotun. Absolutely insane as Arakiel, the tank, does not feel like a tank in the face of the damage from Jotun.
In the face of the gold difference, almost, what is this, 5k, 6k almost? This is very difficult for Slovenia to deal with right here. They have tanks, but the tanks, as you mentioned, Mirko, cannot serve as a front line. So Argentina, they are able to slowly but surely take control of the map. And you can see, even the tankiest member from the side of Slovenia is forced to concede that control. And while all this is happening, Civ is just farming up a storm.
And even in that XP lane, Papa Dog baiting. Bonnie going to be bursted down. Jotun doing everything, dodging away from the Eternal Guard. Looking for the kill onto Vizal. Heavy spin, pinning them both down right now, but the damage won't be enough for the side of Rimuru. Shutdown picked up by Arakiel. Probably the worst member to have that shutdown as everyone jumps in with the Fatal Links, and that's the Divine Judgment as well, suppressing Rimuru. They're doing so much, and even in the gold lane, it's another solo kill for Civ up against Clyde, who has the pressure, the weight on his shoulders to carry the team on the Beatrix.
A series of unfortunate events for Slovenia all across the map. If you look at the item differential here, it is a stark contrast. You can see that every single core member from Argentina have their damage items ready. The Bloodless Axe for the Lapu Lapu, the Dominance Ice as well to curb that regen and make the tankiness not so tanky, and they keep going again and again. The snipe comes in and there is damage, but how often can that happen?
It's so hard, honestly, Arashi. Looking at it for Team Slovenia, I wanted to say their only way they can win this game is if they bank on just Clyde getting in. Oh my goodness, just barely dodging onto that one right now. The flicker comes through for Rimuru. Pops in the Eternal Guard. That's the heavy spin as well by Arakiel. But with all those ultimates burnt out, it's looking like Argentina want to look for a re-engage.
Oh my God.
Jumps in with a Fatal Links, finds 3 members out of nowhere. And Meteoro picks up all the kills on the Kaja. A triple kill for him. And there is nothing that Slovenia have to respond back to that. Erwin was the only one caught. And he's the roamer. That's worth.
Unreal, man. You can see that Jotun as well as Papadog, they have so much pressure available here, and they're able to corral the members of Slovenia to try and avoid getting picked off, getting shut down just like that. But once they do that, Erwin, every single time he goes for that flicker Fatal Links, it's been such value. It is unreal. The game plan for Argentina is absolutely solid, and from the looks of things, it might just be a matter of time.
Argentina are so solid, right? They look at Commander Erwin and they go straight on, charging into the base. Whatever Erwin does, they follow. And right now it's working. Again, you can see the base turret passive have all been baited out. The Lord has spawned in. 9 minutes in, Argentina are looking for that Lord. Civ has actually cleared out that bottom side. And that means just Slovenia won't be able to contest this. Jotun can actually just solo it.
They had used the Magic Sentry. They saw members of Argentina in the jungle, but even then, what can they do? Their only source of poke is going to be the snipes, but even then, afterwards, who do you send to open up vision to try and check out what kind of dangers are in the bush? Because if you make a mistake, you get completely annihilated.
Arakiel trying to look for the play, but Divine Judgment was perfectly placed. Arakiel going to be taken down. Ball down by Civ there. He just got shot. Look at that damage, Arashi. That's a roamer. That's the tank. That's the man you want to soak in damage, and he gets melted down like that.
And you can see that Slovenia is feeling the pressure. They're trying to make those desperate plays happen, but Argentina is just way too patient about it. And look at that yet again.
Another engage happening. Bonnie going to be taken down as well. Still able to actually flicker out. Meteoro flickering forward to find the double. Clyde looking for the snipes. Getting it. Meteoro in the midst of it all. Going to be taken down. It's a shutdown by Clyde, but Civ is here to pick up the scraps. It's a 4-4-2 trade. Arakiel going to fall as well, as that's going to be a wipe out. And Team Argentina will send Team Slovenia down to the lower brackets as they progress to the next stage of the IESF World Championship.
Flexing out in the first showing of IESF that they can actually do it both ways. You want to go slow? You want to go for macro? We can do that. You want to go for micro engages? We got you covered as well. So for Argentina, anyone trying to go up against them needs to be very, very concerned right now.
They're the dark horse of the tournament, right? I mentioned right before the event, I thought Vietnam was going to be the dark horse of the tournament, but after seeing such... That was a statement by Argentina to the world, saying that basically, hey, we're here. We're here to play. We're not here to just compete. We're not here to participate. We're here to win it.
Overlook us and you're going to pay the price, because that is exactly what happened to Slovenia. They just did not have the right answers, and Argentina were able to get very dominant performance 2 different ways, right? If they're good at one thing, all right, but they have shown an insane amount of potential here.
They showed 2 different styles in 2 games, right? Again, from the drafts, you could see that they've planned it. Game number 1, they looked for that pick composition, and they executed perfectly. Game number 2, they looked for that team fight, and again, they were able to execute their game plan smoothly. What's most impressive is that discipline, Arashi. Early on, Civ could have definitely just went for the flicker to look for that kill.
But he didn't.
He didn't.
And it allows him to actually escape from a gank. And I think that's the story of the game, right? The discipline and the patience. Because every time, you can say that Erwin would be a bit too bloodthirsty to try and force those plays. But no, he waits for the right moments when Slovenia just has to actually commit. We take a look at some of the highlights here, and we can see, I think, a lot of plays happening. As we mentioned, it's always when there's an objective, and then Slovenia is forced to try and group together, try and seek some info, and look at Erwin. It's not even that hidden. He just goes for it. And in a way, Slovenia does not have any options. What are you supposed to do? Flank around against the composition of Argentina right now? That is not a feasible option. So again and again, they are forced to take the difficult route and repeat it enough times, and Argentina will just get completely out of control. Not to mention, the damage coming in from the Gushin and the Kaja, unreal, man. Meteoro and Jotun, both can just do an insane amount of damage, following up on the Fatal Links in a way that you don't really expect.
It's almost as if Erwin listened to what we said in game 1, saying he wasn't flashy, and he was like, you know what? All right, wait, I'm not flashy? I'll show you what flashy means, man. I'll pick up that Atlas, and I'll absolutely style on everyone. Most of his engages, I think I've only seen him ult Fatal Links one person once, and it was this time right here when he was able to find just Arakiel, I believe. No, this was the 3-man. So
this was the 3-man, man.
Yeah, if we said he wasn't flashy in game 1, he's definitely flashy here. And for your match MVP, Jotun, who was flashy in game 1, this time, I do believe he actually took the safer route, right? I mean, there were a lot of crazy plays he made on the Gushin, but it just felt clean. There was nothing too crazy, but it's efficient. It's efficient. It's an efficient Gushin.
Again and again, it seems like Argentina, they just really understood the assignment, right? They knew exactly who are you, what are you playing, what hero, what is your job description? Are you supposed to go and deter team fights? Are you supposed to dive in the backline? Are you supposed to just follow up on the engage? Because Jotun can very easily just go for a single kill in those fights. But no, he waits for Erwin to make the play because everyone understood what their role in this game is. And the match MVP is still going to be Jotun from Argentina. 7, 1, and 12. That Gushin in both team fights and in those split push skirmish situations, absolutely lethal.
48,000 damage dealt. We saw the rotation game from this man. From bottom all the way to top
kills
side.
From the bottom side all the way to the top side.
He assisted in the goal lane, he got a kill in the mid lane, and then he proceeded to get a kill in the XP lane as well. What an absolute beast, and he's definitely the one to look at when it comes to assassins right now because he has the most assassin picks in the tournament so far. But Erwin, it wasn't flashy in game 1, but hey, he took that personally. Game 2, he took the game into his own hands with the Atlas.
That's what's so scary, man. Having your opponent being able to give you so many different looks. At one game, he is just calm, calculated. He does what's necessary only. On another game, he just completely takes over the game, and he is the source of all your misery. And that is what Erwin has shown to be able to do. And Civ, in this game, he didn't do much as far as like playmaking, but he can just farm up. And in the mid game even, you saw that in 2 hits, any kind of squishy member. Look at the items from Slovenia. No physical defense yet because there's just not enough resources. If they all went for physical defense, okay, they can survive, but there's no damage. And then Jotun as well as Meteoro can just one-shot you. But even if you go for magical defense, Papadog as well as Civ will destroy you. So the diversity in the damage source as well. So solid. Argentina, what the heck?
From obviously the win condition for this team. Again, sure, they drafted heavily towards that team fight, towards the objectives, neutral objectives in the early stages, but they also have that insurance, right? They always have that Bruno. So even if they go for a team fight in the neutral objective, if Slovenia decides to actually go and commit 5 members up to the same neutral objective, there's always Civ who can take turrets, and we've seen that this Bruno can take turrets very fast, even sometimes backdooring in some games. I do believe you remember.
Oh, I do.
It was a big match a long time ago, no, a few months ago, that was absolutely shocking where Bruno was able to backdoor with a diversion from his team. But man, this tournament so far has been absolutely amazing, especially this game. I do believe this game was the most impressive by far, with
unexpected.
With the Malaysia-Vietnam game being very close as well. But obviously, Arashi, with this tournament being as amazing as it is, it would not have been possible without our official sponsors. Because IESF World Championships is supported by wonderful Indonesia, Kemenpora, NOC, and KONI. We also have special thanks to all of our sponsors, JHL Group, JHL Auto, Nusa Pay, DAS, Gudang Crypto, Pertamina, Taiwan Excellence. We also have Hydro Coco, IndiHome, Telkomsel, HIN, Episode Hotel, Merusaka Nusa Dua, which is the resort that you guys are seeing right here and everywhere across the camera. We also definitely have Mineski Global, Indonesia Football E-League, ESID, and Lemon ID. But Rashi, you have news or information on our media partners, don't you?
Our media partners that supported us through this operation and cooperated with us as Net TV, Trans7, Detikcom, Esports ID, Video.com, Dunia Games, Dance TV, Dance Play, Merah Putih, Bola Score, and Kami Bijak. So very much thanks to you guys for actually helping out with this event because it's been absolutely amazing.
An amazing event for all you amazing people back at home. And don't worry, because we are going to tag right now, throw it over to our host to see what's up next. Before us on the caster desk, it's been Mirko.
And Arashi.
We'll see you later.
Thank you once again, Arashi and Mirko. So we have finished all of the match for today on Mobile Legends Bang Bang IESF 14 World Esports Championship. To summarize, all of the match is Cambodia versus Namibia is 2-0. Malaysia versus Vietnam is also 2-0. Argentina versus Slovenia is also 2-0. All of the match for today is get done by straight set. And I would like to give you information about this event once again. So the IESF 14 World Esports Championships will be a part of the Indonesia Esports Summit 2022, an annual celebration of the country's esports ecosystem initiated by IESF and PBSI, with the goal to involve all esports stakeholders in Indonesia, including game publishers, game developers, pro teams, athletes, influencers, brands, community, and media in the country. So for tomorrow, we will have a big match for the second day of Mobile Legends Bang Bang IESF 14 World Esports Championship between Indonesia versus Filipina. Thank you for today and thank you for watching. I'll see you around, guys. Goodbye.